So, last we left off, our party of shenanigan type heroes have chased down an individual, interrogated a lot of information out of him out of fear, and there is a possibility that he might be killed at some point this night. At least that's what you've decided. You all have decided to follow this person in secret back to their home and stake out the location. Was there any sort of preparation you wish to do as you follow the person from a distance? It's not that hard. He is terrified, but he's no longer looking for individuals such as yourselves. He's now looking for something else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Rancor's getting his daily prayers.
Kroll will just do some, I guess, agility training before. Yeah, he's
getting your
just
cardio going.
Yeah, he's getting his heart rate going just to get the adrenaline going in case something happens.
Very well. So, if there is no preparation, are you trying to... I'm assuming the party wishes to be unseen from the individual you're following.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Who is leading the way?
I can, because I can scent track him, which means we can keep a better distance.
Very well. Someone may assist you if they wish. Well, multiple, but obviously it's only 1d6 gets added. Whoever has the highest d6 gets to apply it. But go ahead and give me an instinct roll.
Actually, I'll be using my gifted tracker, which says I do a spellcraft roll.
Oh, right, gifted tracker. Yeah, go ahead. Which I believe is still instinct.
It is, but I'm going to use the. I'm going to spend a hope to, if I succeed, it doubles my spellcast trait.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to use the hide rogue ability.
Okay. Easily enough, there was no roll needed. You just have to be out of sight of the individual.
Yep.
That'll give me a 14
Which
with
is weird
hope.
because they still have to mark a stress.
Can I, look to see if we're being followed? Because we know that we're following this guy because he might be being followed by someone else, so I want to look and see if I can see someone following him who's also following us,
Yeah, give me an instinct roll.
So my track row is a 14 with hope. So I get my hope back that I just...
That you just spent. Alright.
No modifier?
If you don't have anything in instinct, then there'll be no modifier.
Okay.
13 with hope. Looking around, Quilbert, you don't see anybody. Don't see anything. Billy, it is not too difficult. You know, you left that earthen material that was on your clothing and attached it to his, and you're kind of using that as kind of like a scent that you can follow. You all follow with Kroll being in the shadows, being out of sight of any passersby, and using your guidance of where he's going. Kroll, I imagine, would probably move a little ahead of you but Billy is still kind of leading the party as a whole. Eventually, you come to a point where it gets to like a more rough and tumble kind of neighborhood, a little bit more where there are poorer individuals, not as much middle class citizens. It kind of goes uphill on this gravel path, uh, kind of winds and turns to these weird neighborhoods on this hill, till you get to a single story building, and the individual is inside it.
It's like he's inside.
Hmm.
You know? Do we have any ways to communicate over long distances?
We
Not.
did.
Echo goes, "Well, I have a way to do such a thing, but I must connect with one person individually, but I can speak with them in their head."
If you make a connection with me, I can stake out a bit closer and let you know if anything happens.
I can try to sneak into the building as a rat.
That'd be good. I think in the meantime, I'm going to check all the entrances and exits of this building.
I'll go with Raycor.
All right.
Ow, kitty!
So we have Kroll's basically sneaking up and possibly into the house itself.
Yes.
What's the others doing?
I'm gonna use my beast form to turn into a rat and try to get into the building.
Very well.
Mouse. This says I have to use a stress. Let's roll a d6 to see if I actually do. That's a 6, so I don't.
All right. So Echo easily connects to you, Kroll. Echo does not need to spend anything. It lasts until she uses it again. Her telepathy.
Awesome.
Right.
So she can maintain it for as long as possible until she uses it again.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you.
Fantastic. And he attempts to sneak into this building.
All right. You begin to notice like the door is locked. There are closed windows. How do you get inside? How would you like to get inside? Or unless
Could
maybe
I-
you were really you were right behind the individual, if you wanted to slip in as he enters the house.
Well, here's the thing. I am hidden, and I also have light foot, so nobody can hear my footsteps. I could do that. I could walk in immediately behind him.
Okay. Then I would like you to give me a finesse check, but with advantage.
Can I also throw on ninja training with that?
Yeah, if you want to spend a hope for ninja training, you may.
Okay.
Good use of a stealthy experience.
All right. Let's hit that wanky new duality. 22 with hope.
22 with hope. You get your hope back. Easily. The person opens the door, goes inside, but you notice he like peeks outside, like warily, wondering if there was someone following him. And you've slipped on through while the door was cracked open. And he closes the door and locks it with you inside.
Like a shadow.
And as there was enough space under the door, so you're turning yourself into a mouse, right, Billy?
Yes.
I don't think there's really a roll needed, but well, you would need to give me a finesse check to see if the guy treats you as a rat that he probably wants to kick out of the house. So give me a finesse roll. I'll give you advantage though, because rats can be pretty sneaky, especially for someone who's more paranoid of like a possible assassin. He's looking out for like a medium-sized creature than a tiny little critter.
Oh, cool. So he's not looking for me at all. 'Cause
15
I'm
with
small.
hope.
15 with hope. Okay, that is success. Both of you are within inside the home. You hear Echo's voice once you're inside. Kroll, testing, testing. Can you hear me still?
Everything's good here. What's he doing?
You see he's kind of like making sure like curtains are like over windows, like making sure the windows are covered up, they're locked. You see him like occasionally peeking out from like curtains at his windows, like she's trying to spot for somebody. You realize
Alright.
it's like a two-room house. It's not big. The area where he cooks also has like his bed and stuff, and then he kind of has a more storage like area that he has
Okay.
like a crate and a box of sorts, and also a shit bucket. And he's just kind of paranoid right now. He's just kind of moving back and forth. He eventually sits down in like an old wooden chair that's near like this cooking pot that's set over kind of like a fireplace of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to like calm himself. He's taking deep breaths.
Target is starting to relax. He's paranoid though.
What is Raycor and Quilbert doing? Echo is going to be with you two, or with either of you if you separate.
We're checking all the entrances and exits.
So there's only there is a window in the back and a window in the front, and only one door, which is a single wooden door in the front.
Okay.
But you do notice there is a fireplace, like a little chimney chute for smoke to come out of. But it's very small. Something would have to be pretty
Think
small
someone
to
could
fit.
fit in there?
Kroll
I-
could.
Someone of Kroll's size or smaller definitely could.
Yeah. I don't think we have a shot with our huge figures. Besides maybe Quilver. Other than
I think
that,
Quilbert's still too big even for it.
yeah.
Just a little bit. And plus, I imagine the kind of spiky, the spines kind of thing
Yeah, maybe if I didn't have
Would make-
spines.
would make it difficult. It would get stuck on the way down or up that kind of chimney.
Like a porcupine, he leaves his spines everywhere.
I say two of us watch the front, one of us watches the back to make sure nobody slips in and out unnoticed.
I can watch the back then.
Okay. I'll stay here with Echo.
Echo
Okay. I'd like to.
will put herself like behind some crates in an alley that's still seeing the front of the house. Be like, I'll maintain my communication with Kroll if anything happens.
I'd also like to. Is there a building nearby? I'm assuming they're kind of tightly packed.
Oh yeah, it's like a little, it's a packed kind of wooden cottage shanty part of the neighborhood.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of buildings that are
I'd
close
like
together,
to-
but there are a number of like little winding alleyways that go in between these neighborhoods.
If there is a spot to, I'd like to climb up onto the house. Not the house of the roof of the guy. I think that he might be worried if there's suddenly dust coming down from his roof because someone's walking up there.
But another
Like
house.
a nearby house, so I can. Yeah.
Yeah,
Get off my roof!
indeed. Yeah, just give me an agility check.
Okay.
Oof.
Ooh.
That is with fear, but it is
An 11 with fear.
it is still a success though. But I appreciate the fear. And I imagine the fear comes from it's now like a little bit more tense because now you have to like pay attention heavily to anything else that's going to happen. But you do get on top of the roof of a nearby structure that can see kind of the back area. There's not a lot of space. It's like a little back alley behind this guy's house, but you do have a view of it. All right. So we have two people kind of hiding out within the house. Two in the front with Echo and Raycor, and then one in the back with Quilbert, who's on another roof of who's on another building's roof. I cannot speak. Me no speak English. Apparently.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Da, ja. Bin in Munchausen.
I've already exhausted my Dutch speaking, so.
I don't even know what I said. Probably wasn't even German.
Probably not.
It was probably something else. And I just tried to make it sound, Dutch.
So does Curl see any like trapdoors or anything like that in the house?
No trap.
I imagine he kind of has like some kind of like higher up vantage point, like he's up in the corner of or he's hiding in a shadow of something.
He appears to be he appears to be kind of just clinging to like. There's not a lot of places he can go in here.
Mm-hmm.
Like you realize the only place he could hide suddenly is maybe like in like a single crate or under his bed, but those might be like very obvious places, right? So at the moment, he's kind of just sitting in a chair, paranoid,
Nervously tapping his foot.
Yes. However, if there is a place you're referring to, like maybe not a place he can fit into, but if you want to look for another place, you can make a knowledge roll.
A what check?
Knowledge roll, kind of to investigate
Knowledge?
the area.
Yeah, all right.
A 14.
That's a 14 with fear.
There is like, it's like an attic area, but not big enough for a person to go into. It's maybe like he has like a little wooden ladder that goes and is able to reach up to take some stuff. You go up there and you see like a little booklet, and you also see like a coin purse. So yeah, a little booklet and a coin purse. But it's big enough for you to go into. It's not entirely an attic. It's kind of like there's some flooring, and then there's like a beam that kind of goes across like the ceiling of this little building.
Okay.
It's big enough for you to go into, or smaller. But
And you said there's a coin purse up here too?
yeah, there's like a sort of book or journal or something, and there is a coin purse up here. Probably he puts his money up here to hide it.
Okay. Kroll is a ninja, not a thief, so he won't steal his money.
How unrogue of you. I put it right there for you. No, just kidding.
I mean, if it just so happens to slide or slip into my pocket.
There we go.
The fates
There's the
have
road.
aligned.
Actually, is it within? Is it accessible? Like, can I reach up and grab the book? Or anything like that?
I'll say it's easy enough to do. Like, you could get into it. Like, you have to kind of climb up a little bit, like the side of a wall to get to this little, like, attic-y, like, opening. And you can crawl up there. And there's the journal and the coin purse, and you can kind of walk along. It's a little platform, and then there's like a beam or two that goes to other parts of the structure. It's a little uneven. It's not a perfectly symmetrical kind of shack.
So at this point, he has like bird's eye vantage point of the whole house, basically.
Yes, and you can see the rat form of Billy moving around.
We have a journal. Should I take it? Oh wait,
Squeak,
why am I?
Squeak, squeak.
Echo will relay that to you, Raycor. He said there's a journal. Should he take it?
I would say I don't know that it would be easy to get out of there right now. But in the meantime, while nothing is happening, might as well investigate it and relay back to us what you find inside.
Should relay that back to you.
Yeah, he'll crack it open, start reading it.
Just a fun little thing. Does Kroll actually read or write basic common? This is just a fun narrative thing. Okay. Then you can read it.
He has to be able to read his missions.
I always ask my players things like this because sometimes, unless it's pretty obvious, because I asked one of my players my D&D game. He only knows common, despite him being intelligent. His character. So I was like, that's perfect. So anytime he makes a character, I'm always like, does your character actually read or write anything? He's like, probably, but he's too lazy to.
That is valid. I did have a character who was a barbarian in a mage college who couldn't read.
That is perfect.
I cast Fist.
Oh, she actually got spells, which were great. Guidance was great and wasted on her.
Imagine the way the barbarian learned the spells is just they broke open the tome and it somehow worked. Instead of reading it, they just smashed the tome.
Yeah.
Just start eating pages. Knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't require concentration or requires an intelligence score at all, it's like, yeah, perfect. I can pick whatever spell I want.
So what's in the book?
So it's like it's a journal. It has like entries about him moving into the city. He started having issues with money and saying that he sent letters back home to his parents, but there has been no reply. Then he has ended up borrowing money from a group of people that he shouldn't have. It's basically a sort of gang that call themselves the Trade Barons. He ended up asking for money from them, and then he ended up in debt. And you're following certain dates, and ends up these Trade Barons, this group, has affiliations with people from that floating city. And it talks about, all right, I'm going to meet with them tomorrow, and that was a day or two before you all reached the came to Shield Garden, or at least a day or two before Raycor and Echo came to Shield Garden. So these Trade Barons essentially were working with the mages of some sort, having some business, and have basically, and he hasn't written in his journal since, though. So you don't know if they told him not to, or if he's been too busy, tracking Raycor and Echo after that date. But it doesn't go into any details about the wizard himself, other than that he's going to be speaking with them.
Is there a writing implement up here?
Other than what?
Say that one more time. Raycor?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that last bit. Other than what did you say?
There was no information about the wizard other than he was going to speak with him. The last entry.
Is there a writing implement up here?
Yeah, there's a quill.
Fantastic.
Oh no.
I make guys so paranoid.
I'm gonna draw a symbol of a black lotus in the empty page of his journal, saying we are watching. And I just quietly close the book. And by the way,
I didn't know the Dark Brotherhood would show up saying we know.
we know.
Very well. Easily done.
But yeah, basically as he's reading the he's not reading it out loud, but it's kind of narrated in his head.
For Echo. And Echo will relay that to Raycor.
Okay. Interesting. What was that date again? The last entry. How long ago?
It seems like it would correspond to before you guys came.
Okay.
It looks like it was a day or two before.
Got you.
And he hasn't written anything since. He must be really paranoid, or he must be really focused on his job.
That would be what I would suspect.
Billy, you're just seeing him thing, the individual just like takes scraps of food from the storage area, goes back to sit down, and is just like trying to eat away his nervousness. All right. Do you all, if you all wish to, do you wish to stay until nightfall in your positions?
I
Yep.
do.
There's nothing saying that I leave beast form unless I take major damage, so yeah.
Go
Yeah.
raid his cabinet, find the cheese,
Yeah.
leave a pellet or two.
I'm good to just sit up on the roof until I'm told to come down.
All right.
Ain't suspicious at all. Curls up in the rafters, reading a book, doodling in the pages.
Let us get.
Having gold slip in his pockets.
They're
Accidentally.
literally just rolling in there. Like,
How did that get in there? Whoa.
Well, can't be helped.
Reminds me of a D&D kinder. They don't steal, they acquire. Or they found it.
I mean, if you
That's
if you've
certainly my
ever listened,
mentality.
if you've ever read any of the Dragonlance books, yeah, it's
Mhm.
basically
Yeah.
they
I
just
have.
don't realize they're doing it.
Ownership is
No.
not really
Yeah. Yeah. No concept of ownership.
yeah.
You must
Whatever
have
can be
dropped
made
it
use
somewhere, and
My
I just picked it up for you.
My favorite was I was just holding on to it for you.
All right. It was relatively late in the afternoon, so you all are there for 3 to 4 hours, waiting till nightfall. I will say, I would like those on the outside of the building to give me instinct rolls. So, Raycor and Quilbert. I'm going to make a roll here. Okay.
Is it potentially something that, like, being a lookout related role, or?
Yes. Very much so. This is your
Because
perception.
would my experience of seamen work there for having spent time in the crow's nest looking for land and
Okay. From a high vantage point, yeah, you know what? I was about to say, like, I don't know what a sailor has to do with this, but with that particular situation, I'd say, yeah. You can spend a hope to use their...
you have to spend a hope to use the experience?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to ask if I could use my electrosense experience to sense for beings and creatures nearby. And
the thing about that, though, is I'm going to say no, because you're actually picking up a lot of targets. But you pick it up at different levels, right? You're picking up a lot of subtle signs all around you because you're in kind of a city.
Right, but I would notice things moving if it's nighttime versus the ones that are just asleep.
There are things moving, including critters. That's why it's difficult to pinpoint. So I'd say not in
I'll
this
be right
sense.
back real quick.
Okay. I was also going to ask, since Echo is right there with me, am I getting help from Echo, or...
I'm going to say no, because since it requires resources.
Okay.
Unless there's like a combat 10 situation that would save you. It's kind of I don't like to make those decisions for characters. Like, there's a possibility Echo maybe would go, maybe so. But I don't really like to make those decisions necessarily out of combat.
Okay. Yeehaw. 10 with fear.
10 with fear.
And I got a
with,
23 with hope.
23 with hope. All right. Well, it's a good thing you rolled high, Quilbert. From the top of your building, you're beginning to see there is a person walking into this alleyway. At this point in night, it's a darkened silhouette, and they are slowly approaching this building's window. Appear to be peeking inside, but there's a curtain blocking the way. Putting their head against it like they're trying to listen for something. And you notice there's another shadowy figure. A bit further back, 20 feet. Behind some crates. Also moving into this alley.
I'm
Is
back.
there something on the roof, like a loose shingle or something I can throw in Raycor and Echo's direction?
I'd say so.
Okay. I want to just try and get their attention, be like, hey.
Give me a strength check. To see if you can throw with enough force, but also, some precision to see if you can get it over there without alerting the two below.
"17 with hope."
Easily. You know
Okay.
where Quilbert is. Like, probably you took some time, Raycor, to probably investigating the
Certainly.
scene, so you knew where Quilbert put himself. There is a single shingle thrown from where Quilbert was at, and it lands near you and Echo.
Well, I'd certainly look up to where he is.
You just frantically see pointing towards the back of the building.
Are they on the other side of the building, or are they also visible to me?
They are not visible to you. You're in the front. They are actually in the back.
Gotcha. I'm going to, wave back, but I'm going to hold my position for the moment and just keep an eye on the front and either side of the building before moving.
Sounds good. Quilbert, you also notice these two silhouettes are different sizes. The one near the window, it looks like a be close-ish to kind of the medium-sized humanoids, and then there's one that's a little bit like thicker, possibly. It's hard to tell. They're a bit oddly shaped, so it appears to be a team of two moving in.
Okay.
All right. So Raycor, you said you're waiting.
Yeah, waiting for something to happen before I jump out of cover.
All right. I imagine you tell Echo this.
Yes.
Echo is going to relay the information via telepathy to you, Kroll, that there are people outside the back of this building.
Given that he's been extremely quiet at this point, he's just gonna have to hope that the mouse, our little mouse friend, is paying a bit of attention. And not enjoying the cheese too much, because Kroll will not speak out. But from where I'm standing, or from where I'm sitting, is there any kind of like something small that I could maybe? Oh, maybe not. Any kind of pebble or anything up here, loose loose piece of splinter from the wood. I could drop or toss over by the window.
What are you trying to get out of this?
I'm trying to alert him without alerting him to me.
Okay.
Like,
I will say the likelihood of you finding the piece is not difficult, but obviously being able to. This is going to be another knowledge check to see if you can get a fragment that's.
if anything, I'll use my dagger to carve off a small piece.
Okay. It's a little bit harder to do with a dagger, so that it's possible to make some noise. So if you want this to be more of a finesse roll, you can, but it will be at disadvantage.
Let's go with the knowledge roll. Better to take the -1 than a possible
Yeah,
-6.
To investigate.
Yeah.
For a piece that's maybe already like eroding off and it's easily
Yeah.
grabbable. Very well.
No modifiers. Oh, poo. I don't see anything.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There's actually not a floor at all.
Where am I?
You're on like a little platform, and you feel like if there's no pieces that are really falling off of it, despite the state of this shack. There's nothing you can really
This
use.
platform is pure mahogany. There is definitely no splinters or anything.
Pure
It's
mahogany.
masterfully crafted. All right. Failing to do that.
It's a chutney piece in the shack.
Failing to do that, he just kind of goes and just watches the window right now.
Okay.
Where the guys are coming in.
It looks like the figure that's a bit further back, Wilbert, is like keeping watch.
Okay.
But you begin to see the one that's by the window pull out a knife, slip it somewhere under like this closed window, and it looks like they're trying to mess with something to possibly unlock it.
I don't think I want to just jump on them, because it might be valuable to like know what they're doing.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna sit out, but be ready to jump on them. Or maybe just the guy who's like the lookout, if it comes to it.
He begins to slowly open the window.
I'm going to call out to, or well, not call out, talk to Echo and Rancor, and say, I will let them come in. If they start to attack him, I will call out. Listen for a loud croak.
I'm gonna move close to the men's bed or wherever he's sleeping at.
Easily done. He's kind of moved about a few times nervously. He went to, his little storage area where he had some like grain and other things, bread. He's eating that, and now he's kind of sitting on his bed, twiddling his thumbs. He's awake though.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll just move under the bed.
Very well. The bed is not too far from the back window.
Is there a chance I might hear them fidgeting at the window?
Give me an instinct roll to listen in.
That is a 13 with fear, or 12 with fear.
Because there's no telepathy, there's no one like assuring you, it's kind of the stress of the situation. I am full up on fear, so you're going to take a stress.
I'm going to take a stress.
Yes.
So I'm going to roll a d6 to see if I actually take the stress.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, your Firbolg ability.
That's a 2, so I do.
You have to get a 5 or 6, right?
I got to get a 6.
A 6 to not take the stress. Very well.
Just a quick recap. What does stress mean? It's just do.
So stress is sometimes you have abilities or features that might use stress as a resource. That's
Right.
one of the things. The other thing too is there are sometimes enemies will do stress damage instead of like damage towards your hit points.
Okay, so it's
conventional
not
damage?
like a minus or anything to any rolls or.
No, but if you're
Okay.
full up on stress, like if you can't take any more stress, then if I was to deal more stress damage to you, you take it as hit points instead.
So it's like
Good to
mental health.
Yeah. It is your mental health, and when you're full up on it, it starts taking it away from your actual hit points.
Good to know.
Furbolgs are really good at reducing their stress. They're all caduceus. Well, you know.
They all
It's all
have
about
a.
life.
They all got a
Stubborn to
smell
take
bag.
stress.
Say that again?
They all got a smell bag
Yeah.
from just before they met Caduceus.
Pretty much. Who here is measuring distances on this image?
My bad. I thought I had broadcast others off. Turns out it was on. Okay.
No, it's all good. The measuring is
Now it should-
measuring is generally showing up for everybody just because it's for if I have a battle map.
Okay. I was just curious on I was just curious. Anyways.
No, you're good. I was giving you a hard time there.
There was buttons, so I had to click.
What's that one?
I will say there's like a sort of curtain over the window. Kroll is there paying very much attention, so Willip. And so is Billy. Kroll, you will actually need to make an instinct roll for this. But you have advantage since you're looking at the exact location that Echo said the person might be coming from.
Advantage. You said instinct?
Mm-hmm.
And no modifier. Dang it. 22, but with fear.
You take a point of stress. Cooper. It's going to be right back. Okay. Kroll. Begin to see slowly, moving the curtain aside, a hooded, cloaked individual begin to move in, and he has a dagger drawn. The person on the bed is unaware. The individual steps in without a sound, but you can see him. You're above him.
Could I have my hand crossbow at the ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the 22, you can also hear movement from outside. This person might not be alone.
Sounds like there's two. And I think they're here to kill him.
Echo relays that to Raycor.
Alright, moving in. I'm going to rush the front door and smash it in.
And I'm going to take a pot shot at the guy coming in.
Okay. And I will say, Billy, with your perception, unfortunately you were not able to hear him, so you're kind of looking off in a direction.
That's
Oh,
fine.
wait. You're looking towards where the front door is?
Yeah.
So, Raycor sprints towards the front door. We're going to do two different things. Raycor, go ahead and give me a strength check, and Kroll, you can give me an attack roll.
Should I do it on the demi-plane sheet? Or how does the... Is it still 2d12
Yes,
with
still
the
2d12,
attack rolls?
yeah.
It's still 2d12, and it uses the
Okay.
stat associated with the weapon, which I assume is finesse. Or agility. For
It is finesse, yes.
Then you'll be making a finesse roll.
And I roll with advantage because I'm attacking from hidden.
Yes, you are.
And I will be getting my sneak attack. If this hits. So, advantage.
In the meantime, can I use my experience? I went for the head for the sudden action.
Yeah, for this,
Okay,
you definitely can.
sweet.
21. With fear. Another stress, I guess.
Yeah, you're going to take another stress.
Mm. But does that hit?
21 will hit. Past their evasion.
Alright, so
17 with hope.
Nice.
Easily. So, Kroll, you fire. You hear the target make a sound as they get struck in the shoulder by
And-
this crossbow shot.
I'm going to also burn a hope to add an extra d6, so this will be 3d6 plus 1 damage.
Right, because that's the rogue feature, right? You spend hope to deal extra damage.
Yep. Nah. Hold on.
Or does it apply automatically? I'm not sure. But you do hit as you fired a shot.
It applies automatically, but I can further add d6s depending on how much hope I want to pump into it.
Oh, okay. So you get 2d6.
So
7 damage.
On 11 points of damage beats their which. Okay. They take damage. They make a sound, and Raycor just crashes through the door with his axe. It breaks apart. The guy on the bed sits up, screams, "Ah! Ah!" Freaks out as he sees a hooded figure with a crossbow on his shoulder, and he sees Raycor, who's broken down his door. Billy, you now know what's going on. You hear these sounds going on. Raycor, and you are aware of another guy in the room.
Did the guy jump off the bed, or did he just jump up in bed?
No, he's like he just sat up. He's still in the bed.
Oh.
It's surprised. He doesn't have a moment yet.
I'm
What's
gonna drop out of my transformation while still under the bed, trying to shove the bed towards the guy who came in the window.
Okay. Is Quilbert here? I'm just curious.
Wait, so are both guys in now?
So you saw a person enter the room, and you see the other shadowy figure run up, and they're about 5 feet from the window.
Oh, I'm just gonna dive tackle from the top rope. The second guy who's coming
so
in.
you dive tackling, so you're like trying to attack them or to grapple them?
Quill
grapple,
attack!
but yeah, it's gonna end up being quill attack no matter what I try to do, but it is going to be a grapple.
Quilbert, use poison sting.
Alright. A grapple.
Are the urchins venomous?
Give me a strength check. With advantage.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna make a... Just gonna make a roll here. Do you guys see that roll I just made?
No.
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
You're not supposed to. That's all that matters.
Okay.
Okay. You fly down and successfully grapple this target, and I would like... Seth, I would like you to describe the character he tackles.
So you
Oh, no.
tackle he is a Galapa fairy mix. So you tackle this like about 10-inch tall
Small.
insectoid turtle person, right? And it's dark, but you can kind of tell that he has these fancy clothes on, like someone who possibly is someone who's richer and has is seen as like possibly having power, not someone who you would like, not some rogue or something you would find. It has like extravagant clothing like black and gold. So that is the visual character that you are tackling.
Okay.
A 10-inch tall person with
Well,
fairy wings.
A 10-inch tall turtle?
A turtle like insect kind of thing. It's kind of like
It's a Galapa mix of
got a
fairy.
turtle head, got a very thin turtle shell, but arms kind of like styled like a mantis kind of thing.
I feel like a turtle fairy is just a beetle. In my mind, at least.
It's close
It's a
to it.
beetle
I still haven't
fairy.
done the character art, so a lot of this is just in my head. I've still gotta. I can't draw, so AI was taking care of it, and it was not giving me what I wanted. So right now, it looks like a normal, like my character token looks like a Galapa, but it is not just a normal Galapa. It is much more.
Okay.
It knows 10 inches tall.
So do I grapple and just catch it?
Yeah, you grapple this Galapa fairy individual, this beetleish individual. You rolled with fear, and technically, I should have said there's an action tracker as soon as things kicked off. So now, it's my assassin's turn. He looks up, sees Kroll who shot him with the arrow. He's going to spend 2 fear to make an assassin's throw against you, Kroll.
Bring it on.
Oof.
My evasion is a 11 and my armor is 2.
He misses. He gets a total of a 7 to hit your vision.
Alrighty.
So, but it gets close. Like, Kroll, you dodge out of the way because you're peeking down to fire the crossbow. A knife that's like an inch away from your face hits the ceiling. That's my go.
So now can I try to slam him with the bed?
Yes.
Strength throw?
Yeah, this will be a strength roll.
A 9 with fear.
A 9 with fear. The bed begins to does successfully push in his direction, but this guy's a bit quicker than you're expecting. He dodges out of the way. The guy who's on the bed, just kind of lands with the bed on top of him from one side of the room to the other. And Billy, now out of his rat form, you are there in the room with Raycor and this assassin. Now that was with fear. I get to go again.
The only other thing I'm going to do is take on the aspect of a fire element. Which means I have to...
You'll have to do that right after, since you roll with fear.
Oh, okay.
So, the assassin sees you there, and I'm going to spend 2 fear to do his cutthroat ability. He's going to move in onto... Well, actually, let me roll. Who's he going to prioritize? His mark or dangerous people in the room? Dangerous people in the room. Okay. But is it between... Well, it's between Billy or Raycor, actually, so I got to roll that again. 1 to 10 Billy, 11 to 20 Raycor. Billy. He does know Kroll is there, but it's also like after he missed that knife, the harder target to hit. So he's going to move and attack you, Billy, with a 10.
That hits my evasion.
You feel yourself beginning to build up this elemental form, but he moves in quick just before you do. He's going to slit the knife. He's going to slip the knife into your the side of your ribs, and is going to deal 9 points of damage.
I am going to use 1 armor slot to reduce that by 5. That's 4, which is in my minor, so I take 1 hit.
The interesting thing about this guy is he has a feature, armor piercing.
Ooh. So I can't do that?
Well, what's your armor score?
5.
Okay, how many armor slots do you wish to use? Just 1?
I don't know what his feature does, so...
So his feature, basically, you have to spend... So basically, you have to, in order to block any of his damage, you have to block 9 and then another 9, if you're trying to block all damage, right? So you have to block 9 in the first place to bypass the armor piercing. And then you can spend additional to actually reduce the damage.
Oh, I see.
So he's slipping it into a weak spot.
No, I'll just take the 2 hit points instead.
Okay. And that was a fear ability. I had to spend fear to use that particular one. If he just did a normal attack, it would have been easy for you to prevent that. But he is also one-man army, so I got to give him some abilities. All right. But that's his go. So Billy, now you can take on that form if you wish.
And I have to mark a stress. Okay. So now I take on the fire elemental form.
All right. As Kroll and Raycor, you see Billy just take on like a fiery form. Does it have a particular design to it, or is it really just Billy but fire version?
Let's just say Billy turns red. He's now like a red bull.
All right.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who would like to go next? And this includes Quilbert, who's outside tackling this Beetle Galapa Fairy mix. And
I think
technically, I will
wanna-
also. This also allows you as well, Seth, if there's something you wish to do. It's a weird situation, but you are allowed to do something if you wish as well.
First off, I have questions about because I wasn't here for the first part. How many hope and armor slots do I start out with?
You start with you full on armor. You have
Okay.
the maximum amount of armor slots you can have, and you start with
Okay.
2 hope.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. I think I'm just gonna try to like distance myself a little bit from like, is he still grabbing me? Is he?
Oh yeah, he grappled. So essentially he made a strength check to like tackle and grapple you. So you're currently
Okay.
being held by this individual. You can make a type of roll to break out of it, or if you have a special feature that gets you out of it, it's up to you. Or negotiate with someone who just tackled you. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
I'm probably just gonna be like ask him like, or like explain like that I'm of no threat to you right now.
All right. You can.
So would that be like persuasion, or is that just character like dialogue?
Between player characters, that's just dialogue.
Okay.
If you guys want to leave it up to a roll, that's between both players. If you want to make it a roll.
I mean, I'm good either way. Like, there's not much action-wise I'm gonna do here. I plan at least. So.
What are you gonna say?
Oh, hold on. Comrade, what is this you're doing? Leave me be. I'm trying to spy on this guy.
I'm trying to protect the guy.
You want to protect guy with knife? You must be with him.
The guy with the knife? Oh,
trying-
okay. I like.
Okay.
I like dust off my clothes, like kind of grunt and just stare at him like, oh.
Can I now climb in the window?
Yes. I will say to get in. Well, no. Yeah, you can easily get into the window. It wouldn't be counted as difficult terrain, so you're good.
I'm gonna go ahead and carry through my momentum, and after crashing through the door, I'm gonna go ahead and lunge straight for the assassin with my axe.
Okay.
Trying to slice him.
I would like to spend 3 hope to do a tag team attack with him and use vicious entanglement to try to hold the assassin still.
Sweet.
Okay.
You got to use 3 hope for that.
Oh yes.
For a tag team, basically one person spends 3 hope. Both of you do your the type of action you're going to do, but you take the higher, whoever rolled, for both attacks.
Yep.
Oh.
But don't we both do damage if we hit?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
But the attack roll is whoever gets the higher.
Yeah.
Which mine's a 10 with hope.
Okay.
But if you both roll low,
currently.
you used up 3 hope.
Right.
Mm.
I was at max hope.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter too much.
Okay.
And yours is a 16 with fear. So we would take yours, but that's a fear roll, but we still do our damage.
16. That is enough to hit their difficulty. All right. So you both get your effects off. So
Okay, I'm replacing Billy's roll with a 3 using my prayer dice.
right, because you
So
rolled a 3
3
and a 2,
damage.
right?
Yep. So now you have a 3 instead of that 1.
3 damage, and he's temporarily restrained.
Okay. And how much damage did you do? 10?
10.
So that's 13.
13 points of damage. Okay, let me mark that. Oh! He looks like he's about to dodge, but as you erupted in flames, like he was about to make some distance, but just as you erupt in flames, Billy, to change it to your red form, you conjure like these vines from the ground. Or what does it look like, actually? What causes him to get stuck in place?
It says vines reach from the ground, but unless this guy's just not been keeping it clean in here, I'd say probably vines reach from Billy, all the dirt on Billy and stuff, and
Okay.
grab the dude.
So imagine that they shoot out from like where your legs are and kind of go
Yes.
towards the guy's legs and kind of around them to keep them stuck.
Yes.
All right. Realizing the problem, and then a Draconian Seraph comes in with his axe. Does a heavy hit. He is going to reduce that damage by 5. Yeah, okay. Cool. He takes the hit. He's still up. He's now seeing situation is rather dire. Because there was a roll with fear, he gets to go next. As Quilbert enters the room. A lot of action's been taken, so I'm going to turn some of these into fear tokens.
I did just roll with fear as well.
Yes.
I don't know what
that's
that
why
has.
That's why it's his turn.
And because you're the roll that you both went with, because it was the fear roll, if you rolled higher and it was with hope, and you chose that, then it wouldn't have been the fear result.
Yeah.
He's going to spend 4 fear to do a similar rogue ability of kind of like a rain of knives, but it's a little bit different. It's his special. Versus everybody in the room. That includes the fella under the bed.
He doesn't get cover from the bed.
He will have a higher evasion.
Okay.
Let's see. Those who are in point blank, he has advantage on, but it does not affect Quilbert or Kroll or the individual. So the advantage is only on. No, he doesn't.
Billy.
That's something else. Actually.
Oh.
19.
Oh, that hits me.
Against everybody in the room, and that does hit the guy as well.
It certainly hits me.
Sorry.
Should
4.
I have my chainmail on right now? At my starting armor?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I have 4 armor.
If you're looking at Demiplane, also, if you look at your equipment, check the box.
Yeah, you have to manually equip it.
In your equipment section, and it'll change, your stuff.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah. 19 beats my 6.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
he got me too, unfortunately.
He is going to deal. As he like kind of uses his arms to kind of fluff out his cloak, and you begin to see he has like an entire like smuggler's like vest with pockets of knives. He just starts throwing them in random directions at individuals he believes are threats, including his mark.
Am I very close to the individual that we're protecting?
You are very close, yes. Not in melee, but you are very close.
Okay. I'd like to... I have the ability I am your shield, where I can basically jump in to take the damage instead.
Okay, who are you jumping to take the damage for?
Mr. Not prepared for combat today.
Okay, the innocent guy. So you dive down.
Yeah.
So you're going to take the... Because there's already an attack going for you, so you're going to take 2 attacks. So you're going to take...
Yeah.
28 points of damage.
By value...
Jeez.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. So that gets reduced by 2 for my strength.
Yeah, and by the way, that's 2 different attacks, though. 14 and 14, so...
Okay, 14.
Yeah.
And you said I have to spend double the armor slots?
Not for this one, no.
Not for this one, no.
No? Okay.
That was a unique ability that That was his cutthroat
Got
ability.
it. I see.
I am marking 2 armors to make
I'm
this a
marking
minor
2
wound
armor
on
slot.
me. However,
If it gets
since I
reduced-
am in my fire form and he did hit me while in melee range,
Yep.
he takes
Ah.
10 points of fire damage.
Oof. Okay. He's going to spend something to reduce that because he has to. Okay. He's looking rough. All right, but he throws the dagger out at everybody, so you guys can spend your armor, or if you have any special abilities to use. So, Kroll, Raycor, and Billy, you all take the 14 points of damage. Use your whatever you want to reduce that if you need to. And
Yeah,
obviously,
So armor slots. So what are it says?
so basically, you look at your
I
armor
have
score.
4 armor.
You have 4 armor, but how many armor slots do you have next to that?
They're little boxes.
It says 6.
Okay,
Alright,
so
so-
that basically means if you spend 1 armor slot, you can reduce damage by 4. So when an attack hits you, you can spend any number of armor slots you want for any attack. It'll reduce the damage by 4 for each armor slot you use because your armor score is 4.
Okay, I'm going to do 2 to reduce it to make it a minor.
Yeah, that way you only take 1 instead of on me. It would have been 3.
Oh, no, it's still a major.
The major on you still?
Well, first 4. Oh, yep, it is minor. So
There you go.
Yeah, mine was also, I took minor damage. I used a armor
Can you
slot.
reduce it to a 0, or will you always take
If
the
you
minor
if you
damage?
reduce it to a 0 or at least below your minor threshold, if you have a minor threshold that's higher than 1, then yeah, you take no damage.
Okay, cool.
The damage is prevented. It might give
Yeah,
you a
but-
bruise, right? It's not.
They used to
significant
say
enough.
that you took a stress mark. Do you still not do that?
It
No,
used
yeah,
to,
that
not
changed.
anymore. No,
Oh, okay.
you
Good.
actually take nothing.
Was
That's
that in 1.3
fantastic.
that changed? I
Yeah,
think it was 1.3.
It was 1.3 that changed, and they kept that in 1.4 that you take no stress damage if you're below
That's
your
fair.
minor threshold.
That's fantastic.
All right. Quilbert, being a hero, diving in, takes 2 knives. Everyone else takes a knife, and you use your armor to reduce damage. But that's all you can do. It's your guys' go.
start off with Kroll again, or
Technically, we all go at the same time, but
I will say
Right.
there is something like Kroll. He knows you're there, so anytime it comes around to your guys' turn, you can always start the round going, I'm going to go back into hiding.
yeah.
yeah, I'm actually going to mark a stress to become hidden.
Yeah, and especially since you don't need to make a roll to do it. That's something you can
Yeah.
do that doesn't give me fear. It just spends a stress to do so.
And then I'm going to swap out a dagger, and then I'm gonna kind of do like a. Could I? Okay. So I'm hidden. So I get the sneak attack. I'm going to use. Make a finesse attack with an extra stress. Okay. I'm going to go into 6 stress.
Okay.
Use my long tongue attack.
Okay, so he's very close range from the point of view you have.
And it's a D12 plus, and I'm going to use my last hope to add an extra, so 2d6 sneak attack.
Go for it.
Oh, 2d6. So that's still +1. Oh, hold on. I gotta roll the attack first. Dirt.
And don't forget, if there's anyone that wants to go after, if he rolls with hope and doesn't fail the check, you guys can plan what you're going to do after Kroll does.
I'd like to, afterwards, try and like grapple.
All right.
Oh, here here.
19.
But it's the 19 though.
Survives.
19 does hit. It is with fear, but let's see the damage.
Nope.
That's damage.
Oh,
right there.
come on. Roll a 2 on the 12. 13 damage.
Well, Kroll, describe your killing blow on this guy.
I imagine his tongue actually lashes out, quickly wraps around his neck, and he grabs onto his tongue and just hangs him.
Oh gosh, it's not even
So
it's not even like fully like him lifting off the ground, because he's also entangled to the floor. So you're like
Oh my
He
god.
just, he
you
just
like
pops.
break his neck.
Yeah, just breaks his neck.
Oh damn!
He had 2 daggers in his hands and they dropped to the ground.
Gilbert winces and looks away.
Oops.
Oops.
That's the way you do it, little frog man.
We were going. Is there any way I could make that non-lethal?
Because you described it and didn't say it's non-lethal, but
Shit.
roll me. I'm gonna roll d20. 1 to 10, he died. 11 to 20, it was non-lethal, and he's unconscious.
Because my idea was to hang him until he passed out, and then drop him.
Yeah, but it's
But
also
I forgot he was stuck on the ground.
yeah. This is where the roll's gonna come in. 1 to 10, he dies. 11 to 20, he lived.
Oh.
He lives.
He lives.
Kroll's not that strong, so he's just kind of choking him out.
That's fair. the little
I
tiny frog.
think it's not as much the strength, but like the suddenness of it.
Yeah.
And the guy's
Yeah.
not exactly a heavyweight, right?
It's okay. You just broke his spine. He's just paralyzed, but he lived.
Yeah, he'll live.
Well, the action tracker goes away. His eyes close. He faints.
And I release and hop down. Target is unconscious.
The guy's still freaking out. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. He's still under the
Okay.
bed.
Restrain
Not-
them both. The bed can do for him. Restrain this guy while he's unconscious.
And
Will somebody have rope?
Seth, you hear that
No.
commotion. It was as quick as it happened. It lasted like no more than maybe 18 seconds.
Now, am I still outside, or when Quilbert hold on. Yeah, when he moved inside, did he take me with him, or am I still outside?
I believe Quilbert said he'd let
I
you go.
let you go.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But you can be at the window and have like watched the last moments of the fight.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I was at the window. Is there any way I can, the assassin's knocked out, right?
Yeah. You see the hooded
He's
figure you've
unconscious.
been tracking and following.
Damn.
Yes.
He is unconscious.
All right. Well,
In a room full of strangers. One of which
I guess
tackled you.
yeah, I'm going to introduce myself. Ugh. Goodness. How rude of me. My name is Lovki. I was tracking this hooded figure because I thought he had ties to a matter of great importance to me.
would those be?
It's a very long story, friend, but just know that it involves me getting revenge for a group of people who wronged me, and I thought he was one of them.
Oh, which one of y'all has somebody coming after him? Is this him? Is he 10 inches tall? This is who you were afraid of?
No, it's not him. It's a big guy.
Rancor is
Okay.
scared of fairies.
Especially this one. No, these,
Wait, did
I had- Go ahead.
Are these people that wronged you, do they have any connections to the, what's the place called?
Oh, man.
Big city in the air.
I just point up, I'm like, that thing? Or that thing? I
Yeah,
have
that
no
place.
clue. I don't think I've ever been to that city. I've heard a little about it, but I don't know of it. So no, I don't believe they have. I don't know if they have connections to that place.
'Cause that's what we thought they had connections to.
The trade barons? Is that who you're after?
I don't know what they may call themselves, but I do know that this guy was in cahoots at one time with someone who stole my company in a corporate takeover. He was one of the henchmen that the man used to accomplish his goals, and I'm trying to question him to see if he can lead me to this bastard who stole my company.
So, this is just some guy. Is what I'm getting from this. We're both
I
just,
know him.
he's a mercenary.
I don't know how he plays, how y'all know him, but I know how I know him. I know him because I don't know his name. I only know he is responsible for part of it, and I'm trying to question him and find out where the mastermind of this is hiding.
We will know more when he wakes up.
Ultimately, the man I'm after is named Ian Turtlehead. This is not that guy. I'm trying to find him, and I'm hoping this assassin knows where he is.
So
Well-
while they're talking, I'm just gonna take the vines, wrap around the ass, tie him.
All right.
It cut out for part of that.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. It's doing the thing.
I assume you said you were using the vines to kind of tie up the guy.
Yes. Maybe that'll.
Yep.
All right.
So tell me, what brought you to him? You'll touch on it a little bit, hinting here and there about connections to Big Floating City.
I look over to Raycor to see what I'm allowed to say.
I would say what led us to this assassin is simply coincidence. We know the people we're after are some way connected to the floating city. Outside of that, we don't really know who we're messing with exactly. We just know they're after us, and they have some ulterior motives in the quest we are on.
Gotcha.
So who goes first if we're both gonna question him for separate people who hired him?
That is, if they're not the same person, but
I'm not too sure. But I don't honestly know. As said before, I was tracking him to find answers. I don't know who hired him yet.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me, Raycor. I have important news I got from the harbor.
what did you find out?
2 weeks ago, a very suspicious looking crate went out that had this weird vibrating energy inside of it.
Mm, definitely sounds important to what we're after. I don't know that it's necessarily the Lordstone, but it sounds like a pretty good description of something Lordstone related.
It just concerns me because that means they have 2 weeks ahead of us on the sea, is what we're looking for.
Where was it headed?
Thar Harbor is what the dockhand
Mm,
said.
interesting. Thar Harbor keeps showing up. But we will talk more about this later. We do not yet know who can be trusted and who is listening.
Okay.
I must admit, friends, it was fun watching you handle Assassin. You seem to be pretty strong group of adventurers. Perhaps we can travel together, at least temporarily. Maybe in helping y'all, or like if I can be of any assistance, of course, I might learn more about who hired this assassin and if he connects to this bastard Ivan I'm trying to find.
What do the rest of you think?
Sounds good to me. Welcome aboard, little fairy thing.
I
have
slowly
no
fly my
problem with-
way past them, and I'm like, "Thank you for your kindness." And I fly my way onto a random person's shoulder. I will rest here on shoulder. As you can tell, I'm probably not frontline material. So, best way I work is I assist from mid to far range, and with buffs, of course. I am a bard, known throughout my land as a charmer of the ladies and a little more, but I'm going to keep those nicknames out for now.
Not on my shoulder, then. I'm the one who tends to be the quiet type.
My shoulders are spiky.
You're welcome to ride on my scales.
You're not spiky, you're fluffy.
I would beg to differ.
Okay.
Man tackled me, did not feel good.
Yeah, you gotta get past all the spikes. He's really just very soft underneath. And kind of gives a
I-
thumbs up.
I
Oh,
fly my 10-inch self and perch on Raycor's shoulder for now.
The problem was you fell against the spikes. You gotta go with the spike. With.
Rookie mistake. I need to go with the spikes instead of against the spikes. So where to next, comrades?
like petting a hedgehog.
I miss my pet hedgehog.
So what is next?
Well, first off,
So,
Hey,
bucket of water
you
wake 'em
under
up.
the bed, are you still alive?
Yeah? Yeah.
congratulations.
You
You
got
have
any
just survived
compensation?
another day.
Oh, good. It's barely been a day. Where did it come from?
I don't know, but he's clearly after you.
Do you know him?
You look,
Maybe
the
we
guy
should
has
lift the
like
bed
a
to make
face
sure he
mask
can-
and a hood. It's hard to see what he looks like.
Oh,
Oh, maybe we should
well,
search
yeah,
him, make sure he doesn't have his knives on him
yes,
once he wakes up.
let's empty his pockets. I'll be acquiring anything.
Oh,
that
it looked
seems
like
to
one of
be
them
useful.
cartoon scenes.
Does
I will say you find whoever's searching the body, like taking the lead on this, I would like a knowledge roll from them.
Okay. Un momento. $14 with hope.
Okay. So, you do remove all manner of weaponry from this guy. There appears to be like no coin or anything, but you do find hidden in a like an interior pocket of one of his boots, like a note of sorts. It is a marked notice, recent, which means someone here in the city gave him this, who was in direct contact with potential mages from the city, maybe. But it mentions something called
So
the
it's-
Trade Barons.
Sorry, you said the notice mentions.
It mentions a name, Trade Barons, and it has the name of the individual.
What is that name?
The mark.
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Jeremy, where is it? Jeremy Halsern.
Go lay down.
Sent by
Go
a
lay
group
down.
called the Trade Barons, but he hidden the note to essentially keep it if a fee was found out. But with an investigative eye, you're able to see like false pockets within the boot that hid this note.
You're cutting out too.
Oh, give me a second. So he has the note that has the description of Jeremy. Marked for notice within, it feels like the way it's written, probably within the past 2 hours. Which means whoever gave him this task is also within the city. And it has the description of Jeremy. It is a mention from some group called the Trade Barons.
Interesting.
Give me that note. Maybe I can get a scent off of it.
Sorry, excuse me. Allergies.
You're good.
Jeremy, it sounds like you run afoul of bad people.
Jeremy, what do you know of the Trade Barons?
The Trade Barons?
Yes,
they are they work they work with the mages from the floating city, but they were like a type of gang. I owed them money a few months ago.
Do they, I'd like to ask him, do they usually send mercenaries to collect payment, or is that just to dispose of people who, fail to pay?
They sent a mercenary once, but it was just to threaten me. Basically tell me that I had to work for them to pay it off. But they said that a mage would be the one giving me a task here. It was, and I met with him, and then the mage is the one who told me to spy on you and the Clank. As Echo walks in.
Where did you meet them?
We met at hold on, let me get my notes. It's at the Loggerhead Oil Company.
Hmm.
I knew it. That was the company that was stolen from me in corporate takeover. I'm surprised they still use the same name. That's just dying for them to ask me to come back.
They had me meet up like at that place. It's a well-known business, or at least it has been. I don't. The trade baron said I owed them, so I had to work for him.
So you met the trade barons at the Loggerhead Oil Company, or them and the mages?
The trade. I don't know if there were any trade barons there, but I did meet the mage there.
Hmm.
But the trade barons are within the city, but they move around.
Lofki, you said this Loggerhead Oil Company used to be yours. Did the person who took it from you, do you know if they're a mage?
As far as I can recall, no, they should not be mage. He was one of my uncle's assistants, as I was. Company was handed down to me. Dude kind of swayed over employees and kind of forced himself in. But no magic that I know of. I'll be honest, me and him were not the closest of friends.
Was he in a red cloak? Red attire? Anything like that?
I don't remember red. If he had some, it was much, and it was not often. He might have had a red cloak every now and then, but other than that, I don't.
What about bodyguards?
It has been a while since I've met this guy. I haven't seen him since before I got the company.
Do you want to attempt to recall it? Really
Sure.
think about it for us?
Let's let me do a check there.
A knowledge roll.
If possible.
All
yes.
right.
Thank you.
If you have any experiences that can apply, you can spend a hope on them.
I do not. Mine are talking related, kind of.
Very well. Then yeah, you'll just be rolling the 2d12s and add whatever your knowledge score is.
+1. All right. 17 with hope.
All right, so you get a hope back. 17. So remind me again what exactly you're recalling for, or you would like to recall for?
If the guy who stole my company wore, what was it?
A red cloak.
A red cloak.
And had bodyguards.
And had bodyguards, yes.
Eerie ones.
So, when he entered the company, he also was one of the people in charge of hiring. That included paid soldiers and paid guards and workers. So, bodyguards, most likely. It was kind of one of the things that you think about it now, why it was so easy for it to be a takeover. If everyone knew that this was the guy who hired them and is paying them after taking over, right?
Yeah.
He wore red, but not a lot of it, and occasionally it was a red cloak, sometimes it was just a tie, sometimes it was other colored cloaks. It was just red was a very formal wear, but he wasn't really known for. He changed his outfit.
Okay.
With that 17, obviously you do know that. Yeah, you've never seen him use magic, or if it was unseen.
Well, we know they connect somehow, but it does not appear that the mage we are searching for is the new owner of the Loggerhead Oil Company that you're after. But I do have a feeling that finding one will probably lead us to the other.
I've begun to think the same thing.
So am I safe? Or are they gonna? Are there gonna be more after me?
Oh, very likely.
You may want to skip town if you're able to.
Well, where would I go?
Skipping town
I
would
don't.
be.
I don't have any money. I was promised pay. I spent what little
That's
I
not.
had to have what food that I have left.
How much did that coin bag have in it? Because I'm sure Crow would have checked at some point.
A handful.
A handful?
A handful.
Yeah, the guy's pretty much dirt broke.
Pretty
I know,
much
I saw
or
his
is.
savings.
I know
He's
some
got a
people have
handful of coins.
been on a boat,
Zoink
but
Scoop.
not set up afterwards.
I don't know where I'd go.
Do you not know anyone outside of this city?
You could go north.
Or south?
Do you have family at all in nearby locations?
Well, I have family, but they're in Bairdren. They're far from here.
There you go. The further the better.
But I don't have money to get there. Let alone the supplies to make such a journey.
Like your choices are to either try or stay here and die.
Oh, would we lose? Give me a presence check if you wouldn't mind.
Who?
I believe it was Billy.
Yeah. It's not a negative. Oh. 17 with hope.
All right. I guess you're right. I guess if I die on the road, that's a chance for guaranteed death. Tears begin to well up in his eyes.
If you want to stay, we might be able to figure something out that's in both of our interests. It seems that the trade barons are the boots on the ground that are your current threat. And they're an obstacle to us at this point as well. If you can help us infiltrate it to a degree that we can take them down, then they shouldn't pose too much of a threat to you.
Infiltrate? What would I do?
Well, it depends on what you know of them so far.
You said you worked for them, yes?
I was in debt to them.
And how did that happen?
Oh, I don't have much money. I was trying to earn enough, so I asked for a loan. They came to collect when I couldn't repay it back. Hard times during winter. And fortunately, there's not a lot of working jobs here in Shield Garden. And well, we met. We met at an inn. I heard about the trade barons, but they kind of move around a lot. But they heard I've been searching for them, made a deal. They loaned me some money, and winter was rough, and when I couldn't pay it back, they said I was indebted to them with interest. And then they told me to meet the mage at the oil company, and he was the one to give me a job that would help pay.
What were you doing? Like, what was the work?
No, we know what the work was.
The work was spying on these two.
Well, Jeremy, I do have one possible option you could do. You could offer yourself to work for any of the ships coming in. Being out at sea,
I've tried. Right now, they are either booked up or they require sailor's experience.
I would suggest you do as I was telling you to do. I think we can set up a meeting if you work with us to do so, and we'll send you in with your payment for your debt.
I don't know how to get a hold of them.
Well, that
They
sounds
found
like
me.
something. Sounds like something we're going to have to figure out.
Well, we do have a potential direct line to talk to them, or at least send them a message, I say as I poke the guy on the floor with my foot.
Exactly.
Yes, the mercenary. He probably won't give up source, but even if he doesn't, we could use him to make a connection.
Tell him we have the money,
Duh.
and then tell him to...
I like the way you think.
Little grin that you can hardly see behind the spikes of the spines.
Alright. So are you all waiting until the assassin is awake?
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
we took off his shit, right?
Yes, he's completely disarmed and everything that was on his person. Let's remove the mask and hood as well while we're at it.
Is there anything interesting about the stuff? I don't know if there's magic items or whatnot, but
There are magic items in the system. However, his stuff is not magic oriented.
okay.
He does have a lot of knives you need to stock up.
Yes.
Yep. Kroll just starts putting knives
I'm
in
gonna
his
always
pocket.
just.
Yeah, he's very much a knife is faster than a bullet kind of guy. He brings
Besides
knives to the
the
fight.
Besides the note, was there anything like that gave away anything else based on his clothing? Like maybe a logo or something that was missed, or something of that nature?
Unfortunately, the knowledge roll to investigate lead was not high enough to find it if there was.
Gotcha.
Does anybody more knowledgeable want to search him?
I'll try.
I mean, go for
Does
it.
it have recall, analyze, comprehend?
I will say, if you repeat a check of something that someone's already done, the DC does get higher.
Could I
That's
use
fine.
instinct to frisk him?
This is more of an investigative property.
Okay.
Of like, it's also it's because it's not just senses. It's also like, where could he possibly be, right?
Yeah,
Narrow it
navigate.
down. Yeah, to navigate.
Yeah, that's
I-
instinct.
I
Oh,
do
is
have
it?
something I want to do real
Yeah.
quick that could give us what we
Oh,
need.
I thought it was knowledge. Nope. Then
Nope.
so let's see.
Knowledge is pretty closed in Daggerheart. It feels like it seems to be very tied into almost only like research and history and like memory, and
Okay.
I think that's what the analyze refers to,
Gotcha.
is like,
I thought it was.
yeah.
I thought navigate was like a knowledge thing, so that's why I was doing like. I was like, oh,
Gotcha.
investigations, and it's like investigation, like intelligence in D&D.
So that's a 14 with fear.
So I was going to spend a hope to assist.
Okay, well, it's too late now. The roll happened.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You're good. Because there is a feature I have that I can add a D6 to an action roll, reaction roll, or damage roll. I can distribute 1 to each person in the party. I can do it once per session.
Oh, we'll go ahead and do it because
All right.
you gotta.
Yeah, so I will use the rally class feature for Bard. Once per session, describe how you rally the party as they head into the fray.
Oh.
Can that be used like any time, or is that specifically like?
That's kind of like something you would use before.
Yeah.
People perform like the actions themselves.
Oh yeah. I was going to. I just didn't speak up in time.
Yeah.
I've heard into the fray is also used not really towards specific action roles, and more just towards like if you're about to start not necessarily a attack encounter, but like any type of into the fray situation is what I've
It can also
heard
be
on the
used as
rules.
like if people want to do like a moment of everybody recalling information, right? Making a plan and discovering things. So it's more of
It's just like a group action that's about to
Yeah.
happen.
yeah, if there's a group
Yeah.
action about to happen, so it doesn't necessarily need to be like a tense situation.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to imply, that it's the whole group is about to go into something that they're going to do together, and they're prepping for it.
Okay. So I'll save that because especially the roll was already done.
You
Unless
can,
I'm able to
assist though.
Yeah.
How many hope? I'll spend a hope to assist.
Okay. Multiple
Oh,
people can assist, but it's whichever d6 the highest actually goes.
Yeah.
All right, so I roll 1d6.
Yep.
Oh, that's fantastic.
God.
That's a really tough choice.
All right.
It's a 2 or a 2.
So let me take off.
Does that mean that it crit?
No.
Oh, is it a crit assist?
No.
Critical assist?
We did such a good job assisting. We're just frisking down the entire body of this guy.
With a 16 total though?
I could also try to assist.
Yeah. Go for
That
it.
would
Could I
be
also
Spend a
excessive.
hope, and so just
Yeah, I
everybody's
can't.
just kind of like all around this unconscious
What
assassin.
happens? What happens if I get beyond 6 stress points?
Then any more stress you take goes towards your hit points instead.
So does that mean that that fear
Hey, I
goes
got
towards my
3.
hit points?
Not necessarily, because we did have a fight. He may not be full up on fear now.
Oh right, you did roll with fear. No, I'm gonna take a fear. I'm
Okay.
not gonna do stress.
Kroll, if you're worried about it, I do have something that can help you clear stress.
Yeah, I have 6 stress.
So do you need one to help out, or is that like something you're about to use? Is a stress?
No.
No,
It was just his last roll was with fear, so he was making sure.
Okay.
He's a very nervous man.
I'm
Gotcha.
going.
I see it more as like battle tension. Like he's wound extremely tight, so no sudden moves or loud noises.
I'm still gonna use it just because you're at a full set of stress. It's inspirational words. I can imbue my speech with enhancing power. Beginning of a session, place tokens on card equal to present score. My present score has a +2, so I can use this twice.
Don't forget,
I can grant an
there's
ally.
also downtime.
Yeah,
Activities.
we're about to head
Oh.
into downtime. But
Oh,
also, that sounds like something you're supposed to do ahead of time anyway. So you need to go ahead and roll things that are at start of session and have them ready to go, kind of like Paradise.
This one's based on my present score.
Right, Seth. But it says roll. Does it not say roll at start of session?
No, it just says at beginning of session, place number of tokens equal to my present score.
Yeah, at beginning of
That
session.
just means it doesn't go up if you level up during the session.
Yeah. So Seth, you have 2 tokens or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
there
saying.
You go.
Yeah, he has
okay.
2 tokens.
Okay.
Does that mean
if
that
there's
this
downtime,
helps one stress, or what?
If there's downtime, if that clears stress,
Yeah, it can.
Then there's probably no point.
Yeah,
we'll see, because you have limited options on the downtime. So if you still wanted to help him reduce stress further, that is still an option. So
pertaining to the roll, I'm going to use my second Paradise to replace his 1 with hope to a 2.
Okay. So
that would make the overall roll an 18.
Right, because Quilbert rolled a 3, so it's the highest.
Yep.
So that's a total of 18.
Yeah, give me all the bonus.
Let's see here. No,
I literally think
there is no.
Nothing further.
There is no symbology and stuff, but you do feel confident enough that it's possible either this guy is a independent contractor. I mean, independent, not contractor, independent, freelance kind of assassin.
Mm.
So he doesn't have any iconography on him to represent a group. It's possible he's kind of on his own, but acting as kind of like a favorite toy of a group.
Mm-hmm. Money?
If the pay is good. There is no money on him.
Oh, so he's a bad freelancer.
Or he knows better than to carry money on him when he's
trying to sneak around.
Going into
Especially if he does it a lot. I mean, I don't know if this is his first time being tangled by weeds and then strangled by a
in a house. In a house.
Yes.
There's 2 things to that. One, it's either like he doesn't want to jingle coins around, especially if he's sneaking around slitting people's throats. But also, it's also possible that he does a lot of work out of this city, so maybe he has a place to stay. That he has his coin.
Mm.
And thus, why would he carry it on him? Or maybe whatever group he works for has like an area that he's able to keep his money. And he takes out of it whenever he's going to buy food or whatever luxuries or anything he wants.
Maybe he doesn't need the money because he just threatens people.
Or that. Or he enjoys the thrill of killing people.
Yeah.
Or he also owes money. And this is his way of paying it off.
We will find out soon.
Alright.
Yeah.
But downtime actions. I need to find
downtime actions.
That, unless you have it up, Raycord.
I do. Yes, I've got.
I'm
assuming we're.
Everybody can do.
Okay, if we do a short rest, which is, I'm assuming, what we're looking at doing, we can tend to wounds, describe how you temporarily patch yourself up and clear 1d4 hit points. You may do this on an ally instead. But you can choose 2 actions in a short rest. You can tend to wounds, you can clear stress, which is you roll 1d4 to clear that much stress. You can repair armor, 1d4 armor slots. or you can prepare to
And
gain a
gain-
hope.
And gain 1 hope.
Yeah.
And you can choose 2 of those.
What about
And
the
some-
stress?
So the clear stress is also 1d4. There's 4 different
Okay.
actions you can take. All of them are 1d4 except for prepare.
Which gives you 1 hope.
Yeah. Now, some of these things can be done on other allies if you don't really need to do anything during downtime, which I hardly do. You can instead help someone else. Or, for instance, with prepare, if you choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party, you each gain 2 hope instead of just gaining 1 hope.
Nice.
So prepare is actually pretty strong when multiple people do it together.
Okay.
Are
We just got to
taking a
sing
short rest
Kumbaya
right now?
together.
I would say it's probably a good time to take a short rest while our assassin pal is sleeping his
Right.
head
Well,
and neck injuries.
I'm gonna use my Druidic magic, heal some of my wounds and reduce my stress. Basically, it just takes his staff, it starts glowing, and he hovers it around his body. Say the first die is for health.
Mhm.
1 health, 3 so I'm no longer have any stress. I'm down to only 2 hit points being taken away.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 1 for stress.
Who has injuries? Is anybody missing HP?
I'm still missing
I
2.
am.
I am not missing any.
Who's missing 2 HP?
Billy.
Okay, just a second.
And then there's Lovekey, who's unharmed.
Yeah. What is what is your stress at right now after you clear stress?
3.
Okay.
Oh, so
'Cause
you had
I'm,
all
like-
6 marked.
I might clear stress itself. Or wait, is that to anybody? No, that's to myself.
You
Yeah,
can do
stress
it
is the
to...
only one that's yourself
Really?
only.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure.
It is. It makes sense. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, you can help other people with the armor and
The HP.
the HP and the prepared, but unfortunately not the stress part. That's them themselves. But that's
I
where
mean-
that's where support characters, if they have abilities that reduce stress on others,
Yeah.
comes into
That
play.
kind of makes sense. I've never actually told somebody to calm down and it worked.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, don't ever do that to girls.
Yeah, there are some domain
Yeah.
charts that allow you to be like to talk to other people and try to calm them down and reduce their stress during
Yeah.
downtime.
I will,
I'm healing Billy for 4 HP.
We
That's
get-
2
we get
more than I
2
needed,
rest
but thank you.
right?
You're welcome.
Raycor, you're Orderborn, right? Does that activate on a short rest or just a long rest?
Hold on just a minute.
Oh, the prayers.
So
If you-
yeah, I get to refresh my dedicated because I already used my dedicated roll. I
But
get to
there's one,
uncheck.
like, you can describe how you follow the teachings of your Orderborn society and it clears the stress automatically.
I think that's updated since then. I'm not
Oh,
seeing
okay.
that.
Yeah, because that's kind of strong.
What did you ask, Loki?
We each get 2 short rest actions, right? Is
Yes.
that what
Yes.
it said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think they have to be different, so I don't think you can do like 2 wounds.
You can do the same twice.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
has to
yeah,
be-
I got
They
it.
changed that?
Yeah, you can do the same thing twice. It says in parentheses.
Oh, you can.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Never mind.
So I'm gonna use this is not anything related to downtime yet, but I'm gonna use take 1 counter off my inspirational words, so I have 1 counter left, and I will clear a stress from Prohl.
Just 1 stress?
Yes.
What's your inspirational words to Kroll?
My inspiration. Comrades, You were very brave in fight. I understand you might be thinking about it and worry for your skills, but I assure you, you are very strong.
No, not worrying about my skills. It's just the tension of the battle. The get a little bit of after combat shakes, you know.
Gives him extra stress because he's now worried about
Yeah.
this.
I mean, that's
What was
also
that about my skills? Takes out dagger.
hey, that's always viable. If someone wants to troll and just cause someone else more stress, that's allowed.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could you have both weapons out at the same time, like a hand crossbow and a dagger?
If they're both one hand, yes.
Really? Can you
Mhm.
fire them off at the same time, or do you have?
I don't know about.
I
Is that a
think
later thing?
it's there's difficulty in dual wielding primary one-handed weapons, but
Yeah.
but
I
I
know
think
the
you're
warrior
still allowed.
class used to have a feat.
Yeah, the warriors get to start and just do that normally.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the dagger is definitely a secondary, so you're good. So even if the hand crossbow is a primary and a secondary, you can do.
It's the opposite. The dagger's the primary. The hand crossbow's the secondary.
Oh, then yeah. Either way, that both.
Bro, if the DM will allow it, and if somebody else has another rest action they're not going to use, you could use your armor roll for your other stress and let somebody else repair your armor.
Yeah. I mean, I have
Who
two.
has actions
gonna-
left? I haven't taken any of mine.
Seth
I haven't
has
taken
two.
any of mine. I'll do a prepare to get one hope, and I will.
I'd like to prepare with the party for the infiltration of, I'd like to prepare with the party for this interrogation of this assassin.
Okay.
So we need to come up with questions that we're going to ask him, etc. Anybody who wants to prepare with me, we can all get extra hope.
Is
Yeah,
that
I'm also
everybody
preparing
gets a
with you.
hope or one hope?
Everybody who
um,
prepares
yeah.
with the other members of the party gets 2 hope total.
So if you're taking
I'll,
2 actions to remove your stress, you won't be able to.
I'll prepare as one of my actions with you, and then who else has armor slots needing to be repaired?
I do.
I do. I'm gonna use my first action. Oh, my armor's good.
Okay.
Oh.
Then
I'm missing
have-
2, but it's not that big of a deal. I still have 5 left.
Do
How about you?
him with the
Okay.
armor slots, because I'm only missing 1 armor slot and I'm missing 1 HP. But both of those could be. I mean, they're not critical.
all right, I will prepare as my one action with Andre, or with Raykor, and
Who is this?
repair
Andre?
armor to Billy. So roll 1d4. Yeah, 2.
That's
Look at that.
what it is. Okay.
Perfect.
I really like the downtime. That's one of the first downtimes we've really I think we've only done 2 downtimes, and that feels fluid.
That does.
Yeah.
It's very much allows you to work with each other and how you're planning your actions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my
It'll
armor's
get a lot
good and my
harder
stress is
at-
good now.
With tougher fights and stuff, especially if you have to do like 2 or 3 in a row.
Oh yeah. For sure.
was
Sorry,
that,
I had to
bro?
corral a dog. What?
Oh, how many downtime actions do you have left?
Me? None. Kroll has none.
Okay.
Kroll used his technically I used my armor and my stress, but if you wanted to give
If somebody else can repair his armor, he can use the second one for stress and get rid of all his stress.
How many armor slots did you use?
I used 2.
Oh,
Okay.
well, I already repaired Billy's. Both of my actions are
You
used.
can go ahead and set those to him. Like I said, I still have 5 left. I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
that's
then, okay. Rewind. Those 2. Do I have to reroll?
The 2 armor?
Yeah. Do I have to reroll that or no?
No.
Okay,
And
so that 2
Kroll's
armor
only
will-
missing 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that 2 will go to Kroll then. Armor wise.
So you got all your armor and stress back.
I wanted to ask real quick.
Awesome.
Did you hear me earlier, DM, when I asked if I could yoink a dagger so that my primary weapon doesn't have a -1?
Yeah. Yeah, you can yoink
Okay.
a dagger.
And then for my last, should I prepare, or does anyone else need anything?
We're preparing as a group.
Yeah.
Currently, and you get 2 hope if you do so with us. We're preparing questions for the assassin.
Yes.
For our interrogation, and any interrogation methods that anyone would like to propose.
I'm also gonna take a dagger just so I have a cutting tool later.
I will take any and all of the remaining daggers and carry them along for selling later.
Under what? Raikor, what's your presence?
-1.
Okay. Store them. Probably don't haggle for them.
No, I'm not. No, I am. I see the value in all tools and whatnot. I'm
Raikor
not
goes
the
to
one.
Raikor goes to
who-
haggle, goes for the head.
His haggling is just going, you were going to take this dagger.
One way or another.
Exactly.
liable to happen if someone tries to cheat me.
Okay, who has, like... Does everyone have, like, 6 max hit points, or...
Yes.
Yes.
I still have one. I still have
Oh.
1 damage, but
Yeah, I have 1
I'm
damage.
fine.
Okay. I have the 1 stress, so I'm wondering if I should de-stress.
HP
'Cause
is
that's-
definitely a bigger... Unless you just
Yeah.
use a ton of stress for abilities.
My main ability, I mean, in my mind at least, is the one where I can jump in and that costs a stress.
Yeah.
With my nice big armor score, I can just jump in and cancel damage for people.
Yeah. But that only happens in combat, so I would say that you probably won't use that 6 times in combat, or even 3 times necessarily. So I think
Okay.
HP tends to be more...
Yeah, it's only if you roll with fear that you
Valuable.
have to choose
Alright.
to take fear or cause you stress.
So
Okay, then I'll prepare as well.
All right.
okay. So while we're preparing, now that we have the party together, right? Like, I know we've always been. I'm gonna use rally. Once per session, describe how you rally the party, and give yourself and each of your allies a D6 rally die, which can be used for adding the result to an action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, or clearing stress equal to rally die.
Ooh, nice.
So
Now, is that
Nice.
something you roll now, or we roll when we take the action?
that is something you can use anytime you do an action or reaction roll. That's what it says.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's like the bardic
And
inspiration. You choose
yeah.
when to use it.
If you don't use it, it's cleared at the end of the session, is what it says.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, I do have Deft Deceiver, if just so everybody knows, and Slick Tongue, which allows me. It's kind of a face experience, but it's only a +1. So, what else does everybody have? Anything for?
Loveki, what tactics would you use in interrogation? What abilities do you have?
Lovekey has. Hold on, there is one that might work for this. I'm gonna see. I have privilege, but that focuses on nobles, prices, and leveraged reputation.
Probably not that.
The only part I might be able to do is leverage my reputation, but I don't know if I have that with this guy. Like, I don't know if that, like, he works for the place that I would have had a reputation like of being like the ruler. I could have been like, oh, I was this guy, He works for that company, so he probably knows that's false. So I couldn't really leverage that.
What are your experiences?
Silver tongue, and
Well, there we go.
I am the creature you crave, which is is something that I'm imagining is more for charming and like if someone's like needing something done, and I'm like, hey, I'm the man for the job.
But Silver
Uh,
Tongue is a +2?
Silver tongue's a +1.
Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for, because that would be useful in interrogation. So I
Yeah,
guess either way.
And my slick tongue is basically a play on words for
Yeah.
silver tongue as well.
Yeah. What's your presence? Goodness, I can't read names on here. Let me go
Crow?
back. Quilbert.
Gilbert, I have a -1 presence. I have +2. So basically, I'm only gonna be good if we want to punch him, or if you want someone to hold him while you punch.
Okay, gotcha.
That's about all I can do.
Because I'm thinking of who interrogates, and
Oh, I can punch. I can punch.
okay,
Who
yeah, I'll
has
be the
+2
muscle. I'll be the words I
presence?
get. I'll be the
Yeah.
words I get. And the persuading. Because
We want to do like good cop, bad cop.
I just thought of something, DM. And Billy would like to check to make sure this guy doesn't have like cyanide capsule in his mouth or something.
ooh,
Oh,
Did you assist in the instinct roll Kroll did?
No.
And I know no one assisted Raycor. Then, yeah, I'll allow it. DC gets higher though, because it's still like searching this guy's body, which has been done multiple times.
and it's instinct, right? Is what we decided.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will assist. Going to peer deep in his mouth with you.
Yeah. 15 with hope.
15 with hope. Raycor, spend a hope to.
We're probably gonna need more than that for
So
Eho.
19.
You also do have the rally die now.
yeah. Oh yeah, everyone make sure to mark that down, like note or something, just so.
Which the
Nice.
die? What is it? Like a D6?
It's
Yeah.
a D6.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And that's separate from like the advantage or the
Yes.
assisting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll save it for later.
Okay.
19. You don't find any cyanide pills.
Okay. No tooth that looks like it's not supposed to be there.
Not that you can see.
Half tempted to knock them all out just in case, but then he probably wouldn't be able to talk.
Yeah, it's just a little harder to understand.
Nah, it'd be funny
All
to
right.
see him talk though.
All right. That's it for me.
We do that as
So-
a possible consequence if he doesn't talk.
There
Who's
you go.
good cop? Because I can be bad cop.
I guess I don't know. I'll be good cop, I guess.
All right.
Torture would fall under ninja training, right?
It's hilarious coming from how my character speaks. Hello, friend. Listen very closely.
No, ninja training would not help you with torture.
Damn. Okay.
I would be happy to punch him.
Go for the head.
Exactly.
Raycor wants to punch him. Like the go for the head would be an experience that could be used.
Awesome.
Oh, hold on. Seeing a DM. Oh, right. That was what you were trying to tell me. Yeah, if you're messaging me on Discord, I have it on Do Not Disturb, especially for recording purposes, so that there's no other noises, so I don't get notifications. Right. But yeah, just always be like, "Hey DM, I sent you something," and I'll look at it.
Okay, got it.
All right. You take your downtime, fixing up, de-stressing, healing up, repairing armor, preparing. And what did the rally look like?
Oh, I'm thinking because I really don't know like what I would do, but I'm thinking we like all get together and like have a rave. I'm thinking that would be a fun way to do it.
Who knows how to beatbox?
Just in this guy's house with Jeremy, just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting in a corner, like hugging his knees, like what?
Suddenly
I mean, he can
there's-
join if he wants to. He might end up with a rally die as well. You never know. Maybe to help get his job or to help get out of here. You know.
I'll roll.
Procedure.
He joins in on the rally. He doesn't get a die.
The rave.
He
The
doesn't get
rave.
dice, but he does join in the rave.
Thank you.
All right. Some time passes.
Shall we?
Oh, go ahead.
Go. No. Go for it.
Some time passes and the assassin's form begins to stir. You see he is a pale, elven individual with eyes that are like beady pitch black. Eventually his eyes twitch and he begins to open them slowly. Realizing he is bound by vines. He looks around frantically at his surroundings and sees all of you around him.
I'm gonna prop him up. He's kind of in a sitting position, but still bound.
Hey, guy. Good morning.
He doesn't answer. Just
Hello,
watches
friend.
you.
You see, we would like some information, friend. And I know those ropes must be very tight, and I know that you might probably would like to be set free and not walk out of here with any permanent injuries. So, if you are cooperative and answer our questions, you shall get that outcome.
He sits silent.
So, second option. I punch him in the face.
All right, give me a strength check.
And I'm going to use I went for the head. 22 with fear.
22 with fear. You punch him in the face. Some blood splatters. Looks up at you.
Then I ask a question after he lands the hit. I'm like,
All right, what do you
tell
ask?
me, friend, who is it that hired you?
I will not tell you anything.
Punch.
Ooh. While the punching is happening, I want to go to Echo in the back and ask if she can get into his mind subtly while he's not paying attention and getting hit.
Echo
See if he just
does
accidentally
as you
let something
asked,
slip.
and you see her form like twitch, the kind of like weird, like robotic, like glitchy form.
That's an
was
11
weird.
with my rally die.
He has something blocking.
I would like to go for the persuasion, if possible.
Yeah. Give me
I would like to be like, oh, okay.
Give me a presence check.
Alright.
If there's any experiences you have, you can spend the hope to use those.
Silver tongue, +1.
All right, you can spend a hope and add a +1 to your total.
Okay,
Could I spend a
let me
hope to
click
add an
on-
extra +1?
I'm spinning a hope to assist his persuasion with another fist reared back.
I think for you assisting him, you're doing the D6 thing.
All right, so with the +1, I would be rolling, 2d12 plus 3,
Yep.
because my presence is already a +2. So I roll with hope a 13.
+2.
Unless.
I already added in the presence and the silver thing.
Well,
Silver
she's
tongue,
saying
so that's
+2
the-
from him
From
aiding.
him assisting.
Kroll, if you want to spend a hope to, because you're also part of like the conversation. You're not the one punching, but you were also there.
Yeah.
If
Kroll will spend a hope to. Can I give him the advantage and the slick tongue? Actually, could I do Deaf Deceiver ability?
Can you use your experiences on other people's rolls?
It's not in
That's
the.
a great question. Yeah, I don't think it's touched on. I think that'd be cool. Sounds like something they need to implement.
It works for this situation. So, yeah, you can
What
spend
about
a hope
domain
to
effects?
do domain effects? If you have
Yeah,
something that
Deaf
applies?
Deceiver is spend a hope to take advantage on a roll. You make to
that would
deceive.
Well, since it seems that
That'd be your roll.
Yeah, that Deaf Deceiver
And it's also
is specific
deceiving.
Okay, then Slick Tongue
for you. Yeah.
would be a +1 to.
Oh.
You can also
So if
spend an
you're
additional
aiding-
hope to do the D6 if you think you can get higher than a 2.
Sure. Immediately blow what I just got back.
That's the DM's plan.
I mean, yeah. That's...
To be fair, hope is pretty decently fluid.
As long as you roll good.
We're already done with the combat, so I don't have to.
Yeah.
That's a 5.
Plus your 1 for the slick tongue, that's a total 6.
All right.
Yep.
So that's
So we're at 21 right now.
21.
No.
18,
No, just
19,
19.
20. Well, if
So,
Kroll
Seth-
spends another hope to use his +1.
My +2 doesn't
Yeah, I
get
do.
factored in, Seth.
So just 19.
So it's 6 plus 13 because his assistance was higher than mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
19 is the total.
So yeah, it'd be 19.
Okay. 19. Don't forget there is the rally die.
I think we'll be. I hope we'll be fine.
Okay.
Just in case, just to secure it, I will
Do it.
roll
Do it.
1d6 rally die.
Oh, there you go. 25.
Okay. 25.
We're at 25.
25. So as Raycor punches him the second time. What was it you asked him? Exactly how was it worded?
I asked, tell us who hired you.
That wouldn't really hurt. Hired by the trade barons. Trade barons hired me.
We were aware.
I want to tap on Raycor's shoulder real quick, just like.
I was looking for like a specific person.
You should ask him if he can take a message to them.
Specifically, who are you in contact with the trade barons?
Goes by name Ivan.
Ah,
That bastard. He's a
by,
trade baron too now.
by any chance, is the window still open?
Yeah.
I don't want to change into an owl and fly out the window just to see if anybody else is watching the house.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an instinct roll. As you take stress, turn into owl, and you take flight into the night sky.
What did this Ivan look like?
I'll leave that up to Lovekey to describe.
Ah, yes, I remember he is this stupid little halfling. He has this big curled mustache that he always adored and said was the reason he got everything he wanted. He's a halfling who dresses terribly, even though, some would say it is very similar to the way I dress. That does not matter. He has terrible style. But I'll admit that that little halfling is a lucky bastard. For he's now extremely rich, so we can assume he probably has a good bit of armor. He was not much of a fighter, but I remember he did have a talent for ranged weapons.
And we'll say, instead of Lovekey saying this, we'll say that's the assassin says this. Lovekey will say the good for ranged weapons, but the assassin will give you the description.
Okay.
All right, DM. The first 6 I rolled was to see if I took a stress. I did not. And then my total using the rally die is just a 9. With hope.
Well, you don't see anything. Nothing suspicious.
I'm just going to fly around for a bit and just wait.
Well, it looks like I
Would you be
failed
able
my
to?
objective, so I am no longer employed.
Good friend, we might still have use for you. We would request that you reach out to your employer to request a meeting.
You're going to confirm that you killed your target.
I am to confirm I killed my target.
Exactly.
And then
Duh.
what?
I turn to who's connected with Echo right now?
She attempted to connect with him and it failed, so she's not connected to anyone
Okay.
at the moment.
Okay. Well, in that case, it doesn't matter who I turn to. I turn to Quilbert, and I'm like, I think you know area. Where should we have him meet? Where should we have meeting take place?
Where would they normally meet? Where
Did they
did
ever
you
meet
meet Ivan
on the-
last time?
Last time I met Ivan was
Loghead
in the
Oil
company, in the city.
Not you, Lofke.
Oh,
This
I
is
thought
an
you meant like last time I
interrogation.
saw him.
This is a very
Either
bad
way,
interrogation.
we both said the same place.
I would
No, I
not
didn't
meet
hear.
with him often, but I would meet with another worker of his. Another he hired at a warehouse owned by the Loghead Oil Company.
Hmm.
And what was his worker's name?
Worker did not give a name, not paid to ask.
Surely you have at least able to tell us what he looks like. We don't want to go into this place blind, should the need arise.
A stocky dwarven fellow. Bald head, beard that almost touches the ground. black as ink. He's got a scar across one eye, blind in it. Carries an axe at his hip. Seems to shout orders to the other employees within the warehouse.
What were you supposed to do after you killed Jeremy?
Report it and go back home until contacted again.
And the means of reporting?
We're reporting to the dwarven fellow who works for Ivan.
Okay. You will be doing exactly that for us. And we'll just be tagging along.
We don't need him.
You mean in secret? Because I doubt they'd respond to you if you traveled with me.
Right.
So I report and you do what?
We'll be
Barge on
there.
in.
You don't have to worry about that part. Just know that if you make a mistake, the target that you failed to kill won't matter. You'll be dead by them or us, one of two ways.
Do you think he's tall enough that you can go backpack mode on him?
Probably. I also don't like this idea.
He's 5'8" in his height.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But he's also thin and gaunt. But it's probably
don't
because
like-
of his elven features.
I don't like this idea because I'd rather just kill him here and now and make sure we don't have him turning on us midst of a combat.
I told you what I know. I also failed in killing my mark.
You're not
How
gonna
much
want him
were you going
back.
to get paid?
Or I suppose your word means nothing.
He's not going to get paid by the Loggerhead Company or by the trade barons or whoever because he failed, and if they find that out, they're gonna probably kill him anyway. If he turns around and double crosses us, he's gonna die that way as well. So the only way forward for him is if he does what we tell him to do, and then he could possibly be rewarded by whatever we are able to get out of this. And his
Well,
life. That's the biggest prize.
I could hide under his cloak with a dagger to it and put it with a dagger.
We just make him like 4 feet taller and do the 2-minute trench coat thing.
No, he just backpacks him under a cloak, because Crow's like 2 foot tall.
Oh, okay.
I say, I like this idea, but I say we fit him with an actual backpack and you just sit inside with a dagger to his back.
I just wonder, because
It
Crow,
wouldn't
you
be
can
to his
follow
back.
people really well.
This is true.
We're just going
You
into
could-
unknown territory.
I don't want to just send you in alone, but
Oh, we'll be there
if
too.
anyone could follow the Dwarven man to where he reports in, we might just be able to follow the chain of command to the top.
I don't see that necessarily working in our favor because we don't know that Ivan is anywhere nearby, and we don't know how long before this ever goes up the chain or by what means. I say we just capture Ivan and give him the same treatment we've given our new friend here.
Yeah,
Not to mention, Ivan's probably protected. He did reorganize company after corporate takeover. Getting to him right away probably would not be easy.
We still need more intel before we are able to make any attempt after Ivan.
I still like the idea of me going in solo, but that's
I mean, I'm good with you in a backpack with a dagger at the ready, but we're all going to be coming. We're not going to be walking in with our new friend.
Well,
We're going to be there.
how about this? You go with our little assassin friend here. I scout ahead. I go ahead, and I'll take our little our druid as something easily enough that I can carry. We'll get into a good position, keep in contact with Echo, and we'll let you in if anything goes wrong. If negotiations go wrong, we'll be there to intervene.
Well, keep in mind, Lofki is 10 inches tall. He's very small, so you've got multiple.
3
And
player
you're
characters in one
twice my
backpack.
size.
I'm fully
Characters
full.
in a backpack. One
us not
working
focus
as a
on that.
backpack, the other is.
If things go wrong, Billy and I will barrel in, and you two can just explode out of the backpack.
I don't know.
When we meet with
I would rather not be in the midst of or in the thick of combat for too long, but I do
good
see.
news, friend.
Oh wait, no,
Is that
Billy's gonna transform into something that can get in the backpack, right?
That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah, I got confused. So Quilbert and I would be on standby.
Myself as well.
And
Echo
yes,
says.
an Echo. I'm thinking we send our assassin in with a prisoner as well. A theoretical prisoner, not a real prisoner.
who do you have in mind?
I'm figuring either Quilbert or Billy would probably be best fit for that.
Why would an assassin take prisoners?
Because he was with Jeremy and said to know something that the trade barons would want to know. He wants to make a deal.
I doubt that would work any better than.
Just let's
The assassin speaks up. The assassin speaks up and says, "I leave no witnesses."
What does he say?
I leave no witnesses.
We all know that isn't the case because we're all sitting here.
I have never once brought in a prisoner.
Well,
Assassins, trust me, I was a paid assassin at one point or another. Assassins don't take prisoners.
that's the thing. After taking this guy down, I hardly view him as anything more than a glorified mercenary. Assassin is a bit of a stretch, especially since Jeremy is sitting on the bed right there, and he had ample opportunity to carry out his hit.
But
Well,
then I was shot in the shoulder with an armored brute crashing through a door with a bed that is launched in my direction, surrounded on all sides.
Does that not sound like the excuses of a mercenary, Kroll?
That sounds like somebody who was ambushed. Somebody who got ambushed while attempting an ambush.
Friend, assassin. When you go to collect wages, do you bring back proof of a kill, or do they? How do you go about doing that? Because we might be able to bring something to quote unquote confirm kill.
I do require a finger.
Jeremy?
No. He's like covering his head. No, I don't want to do this.
Well, Jeremy, if that gets them off your back and you can get away without being chased...
Give me a presence check with disadvantage.
Oh, so not good.
Do the rally. Do the rally.
If it's too low, I wouldn't waste it.
No modifier. Oof. 6.
It's with hope.
It's a 6 with hope. Oh, I could add a +1, but I already rolled. It's fine.
Yeah. I wouldn't waste your rally die.
Yeah.
Because at most, you'd be able to get a 12.
He says, "What, are you all forcing me to do this? I'm not doing that. If I have to flee out of here to die or give up I'm not giving up a finger. You all are insane.
Jeremy, how much do you use your pinky?
How much do you use yours?
Not much, but they're not looking for my pinky.
You weren't asked to give up your pinky.
They're not looking for it.
You would gladly give up your pinky?
To infiltrate this entire situation and prevent my death, yes. But I have the means to prevent that myself. If I was in your situation.
I give you my pinky, but if you fail and I'm still dead,
you won't miss your
no,
pinky.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. If you know where
Come
they
here,
are,
Jeremy.
you know where they are. You don't need a finger.
Rancor.
Is Simon a public finger? Public figure? Sorry, fingers on the brain.
I'm not giving you my finger. That's final. I have very little virtues. I'm gonna take that one to my grave.
I've never met anyone with virtues regarding digits, but okay. We will find a way to do this without taking your pinky.
Honestly, I think we have a few solid plans here. He just goes, we go with him to make the contact with his boss. Basically, we can even go as far as contacting authorities to help persuade us in. I don't want to do that, but it's a possibility.
I don't think our odds are high there when we're dealing with such a large company.
Duh.
Is there a
second option
shield garden that we have, or no?
What's up?
Is there a map of shield garden that exists?
There's like there's a possibility of like a rough map. He doesn't have one. But there's a...
Oh, I meant like, do you have one as the DM?
No.
Okay. I want to think about it.
We got a picture. Does that help?
It's use your imagination.
I'm going to...
Well, I imagine there's a big arrow pointing right to the guy we're hunting.
Yeah, I imagine that he trips and falls down the stairs, and that problem is solved.
Oh, look, my quest marker updated.
I also imagine there's
Oh, look at that.
and you all are swallowed whole and die.
No, shit.
I'm going to ask the assassin where exactly the warehouse is.
It's a part of the merchant district, not too far from the pier. Here in Shield Garden, northern side of the district.
I look at Jeremy and I'm like, friend, you could have worked at dock, saved us so much trouble. But you said no. No, I will not work it. Or touch boats.
Which he would also still not need a pinky for. I know plenty of sailors with missing digits.
Duh. In a way, it creates more respect. Makes you feared.
I still don't think we need his digit.
I mean, I agree. I think we can do it without it. I'm just pointing out how silly Jeremy is being.
You all are insane. You're not normal. This is not a normal thing.
I will
Nah,
say,
what's up your fingers between friends, Jeremy?
I don't normally get called normal, so I'm not shocked by this assessment.
To be honest, Jeremy, we did just save your life. You owe us something.
You just hear him whisper in his breath. Oh gods, what evil have I committed that I must be punished?
You are tracking us for some nefarious organization, so that is just one of probably many. Regardless.
Like I said, we have a couple of good ideas.
I think
I
we
could take
need
a couple
more-
of people to go and infiltrate the place, get a good vantage point, and have Team B, he points to Echo, Rancor, the assassin, and uh, Fairy,
Loki.
Loki,
Yep.
Wolfkey. We can all get into position.
The assassin goes.
You guys bring them in?
So you're saying I'm Team B. So am I going in or not?
You most definitely
This-
are.
This is
You are going to make contact.
this is
So I am going in.
You will not have a finger, though. So,
it's
I would suggest
Have they ever
stalling.
seen Jeremy's fingers? Does it have to be Jeremy's? They've never seen Jeremy's
Whose
fingers.
finger are we going to get on such short notice?
Oh, didn't you know there's a finger donation just up the road?
I did not
They-
know.
Well, clearly they know Jeremy is a half-elf, so none of your fingers will do.
No one was suggesting one of us give our fingers. That's just dumb. We are aware. Thank you for the non-existent help, assassin. Your job, very simply, is go in, do everything you would normally do to make contact and confirm your kill, but instead, just stall and do not show a finger. If it goes to shit, you
Here,
fight with us.
we just find a rock, wrap it in some bloody cloth, and call that good. We'll just have to persuade him. You'll just have. I'm sure you're good at lying, aren't you?
He
hope
narrows his
so.
eyes at you as you say that.
He's not very good at assassinating.
Be lucky you weren't caught alone.
I think we need just to at least scope out the place before we make a solid plan.
Duh. I agree. He said warehouse is in merchant district. I say we get going and at least do some recon.
And actually,
Honestly?
Lovekey, you would know where this warehouse is. This is one of the side places that is owned by your company.
Okay.
Lovekey.
Duh.
How many workers are here at this warehouse?
It could have changed, but
I believe the warehouse in this city. In this one, I believe there's only around four or five workers. Now I don't know how that number's changed. I don't know what Ivan's been up to.
Let's
Okay,
think of
now,
it this way. If we all walk in with a would-be assassin coming to collect his payment, and they decide they're going to kill him and the rest of us, I'd rather not be surrounded.
Right, that's... Well, so... No matter what, if we go inside, we're going to have to handle whoever's there regardless. I don't see us getting in and out of a warehouse. Especially myself. I don't see any form of getting to this
I do.
particular person and getting
And
him
we
out.
don't even need our assassin friend for this.
Then what is your plan?
It's a warehouse. We just asked to see the warehouse master. I can go in and ahead, take our ferry and take our Verbolg as something small. You and it's a lot less intimidating if two people come wandering in. And if he wishes,
someone rolled me a knowledge check for Echo. As in, you don't have to know her character sheet stuff. Just roll 2d12s,
Yeah, I got
and
you.
I'll apply. You know what it was? I saw. The investigating
Critical
type,
success.
Navigating is instinct. You know what the investigation part I was thinking of actually is? It's analyzing.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, analyzing.
But I think it's more in a research sense rather than a like. I do think for like the sigil, like if you're trying to identify a sigil you've already perceived or something, like
that would be analyzing.
Analyzing. But like if you're just searching for a marking, then
yeah, if you're frisking someone, I would say
that'd be perception.
Oh, that's a crit success.
Yep.
For her. Echo doesn't want to say it out loud. So make some mind connection with you, Rickor. I know why my telepathy didn't work. He's already connected with someone right now.
How do we go about breaking that connection, Echo?
Oh, so somebody else is listening in on this. Oh wait, hold on. Never mind.
Just between Raycor and Echo. Because Echo doesn't want the assassin to know this. That's a natural 20. She says, I don't know. Could try to use my own magic arts and see if I could find it, but it's a bit difficult since I don't know who he's connected to.
My assumption would probably be the mage we keep hearing about. I still don't know how he ties in, but that I've not heard of another magical person involved. Other than
I have a question for Echo. Echo, if you lose connection with somebody, whether it be forced out or something else happens, you're aware, yes?
Lofki, nobody knows we're having this conversation yet.
Oh, true. You're right.
Yeah, it's in their heads. I don't even think you know that she can do telepathy yet. I don't think that's been.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway,
Wait, did I realize telepathy broke with me?
No.
Damn.
You just know she wasn't talking in your head no more.
Hold on, my elevator music stopped.
Or it's like a Jeopardy theme.
Yeah. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you. You are the 49th caller.
Anyway, I was basically saying that the only person that I could even think to attribute this to at this point, I've not heard of any other magical persons or beings involved other than this supposed necromancer mage person. Not that that necessarily helps, but that's...
She says, I'm not really sure. I would have to find something of theirs or find them themselves to kind of assess that, unfortunately. But he is telepathically linked with someone, which is why I could not connect. Which means
Okay.
there is most likely a conversation happening.
Likely a what?
A conversation is happening.
Okay. So I'm going to go for the head. I'm attempting to knock him out by punching him extremely hard in the face. Just non-lethal, but...
Alright. Give me a strength roll.
Alright.
Wow.
Dude, what is your luck rate?
Oh, way.
That's back-to-back crits. Okay, according to precedent, there should be a third crit on my next roll. Because I did this exact same thing when we were in our session
So
0.
you reduce your stress, and you get a hope, and you have the best. You knock him out. Not only do you knock
He's
him out,
for 100 years.
I would like to say, how long do you think he'll be knocked out for? You know exactly how long it will be.
That particular punch I have used before. It's a very specific brute force tactic. It knocks a person out for at least 8 hours, probably 9. It's usually what it hits.
Okay, he's going to be unconscious for 8 to 9 hours.
So,
Why did you do that?
yes. Echo informed me that he is currently telepathically linked and in conversation with someone else, most likely the mage we keep hearing about but getting no real information on. Which, of course, that explains why this guy is still doing something. So he's not doing it anymore.
You punched him so hard the guy telepathically linked felt it.
I'm going to roll something, actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop.
I mean, you don't know, but I'm just curious.
Stop giving him ideas. Okay, so who has tracking abilities? I need to know where he last was. We're going there now.
Where is Billy?
Flying around
Just-
the house.
Flew away.
Billy's an owl.
Yeah, that's true. He's been flying around.
You guys did see him turn into a bird.
Echo.
He's looking for other Hooters.
Can you somehow pick him out of the sky and link with him and tell him that we need him?
Let me actually see if it requires sight, because if it requires sight...
Yeah, I think it does.
I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. Look for the owl acting like a vulture. So it's just circling around the house.
No.
Can I just walk outside and try and hail him?
Well, yeah, flag him down. I just don't want. I'm worried somebody's watching the house. I don't know who's. I mean, I don't. We're obviously being watched. I don't know how heavily.
Yeah, it was kind of
Sometimes
why.
I feel like somebody's watching me.
That was kind of why I did it, but I didn't roll so well.
Well, now we know that they were watching the house. They were just doing it through the assassin.
Yes, but it's very, very plausible that whoever has interests here is in the city, which means they know that things have gone quiet and things could go south very quickly. So we need a location on where this guy last was before he came here.
All right.
Well, now we have a new problem. Do you know what that problem is, Rancor?
What's the problem?
We have an assassin taking a siesta in Jeremy's house.
Oh, that's no problem. I'm going to take him with us. We're going. We're not leaving him here. That would be a bad idea.
And you
We are
want
bringing
to
finger.
walk around town with a body slung over your shoulder?
Oh, absolutely.
We were
You can't time and say
stopped
that
by
he's
guards just from chasing someone.
I mean, you're right. And if we get stopped by guards again, I'm going to tell them that this is my cousin and he passed out drunk. Very distant. Very.
Very distant.
You could say it's Jeremy's cousin.
Oh,
Aren't they
yes.
both half elves?
Somebody's.
Are you half elf? Rancor?
Like you said, very distant.
Very distant cousin. There's not many of my kind left. There has been a lot of dilution on the fringes of my family. Anyway.
You know what? I can always get away if you get caught. You know what? Sounds like a great plan to me.
For now, we will no more restraints. We put the restraints back in our packs, and once we get where we're going, we'll restrain him again. But we need to figure out where we're going. So somebody find Billy.
I'll walk outside and find Billy.
All right. Can you just yell out?
I just walk outside and look up at the owl circling and just give a goofy little wave and just be like, "Come on!"
All right. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, I come down to it and transform back.
Would you consider ninja training also to be like trying to track down a mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you have to know what the mark is.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
My mark
we know
is
where the
this guy.
warehouse is.
We're not after the warehouse anymore. The mage is not at the warehouse necessarily. We have to figure out where this guy came from, because a telepathic link likely doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. According to Echo, this telepathic link she noticed earlier but didn't realize what it was. This guy has been in communication for a while.
Did we ever find out if it's by sight?
I mean, Echo's is. I know that.
Echo says, well,
sight.
it's when it's first used, but after
Right.
that, they don't have to be within sight. So he could have, someone could have done the sight with him to stay in contact, and then he went to go find
It's
Jeremy.
Which is what
probably
I'm
the same
could just
person
follow
that
his trail
handed in
back.
the note.
Maybe, but maybe not. It seems that the trade barons and this mage are separate from the intel we've gathered, even from other than the assassin, even from Jeremy. The two aren't necessarily connected other than they're in cahoots. But they don't seem to be the same entities.
Well, how would you like me to track where he came from?
His scent, where I'm not the tracker. That's why I was looking for you.
We know
better-
he came in through
better
the back alley.
question.
That would be where it starts.
Better question. Do you want me to track his scent or the notes?
Probably his scent, because we don't know how long he's had the note. We don't know if the note was probably just for the trade barons. We know this telepathic link is probably from someone who has seen him in the city recently, and who is probably the mage. If it's not the mage, it's somebody else magical that we have no idea who they are.
Let me know when you're ready.
Unfortunately,
Then
we can't track magic, so
let me know when you're ready. Then.
I mean, the sooner the better. Absolutely.
All right. I'm gonna spend a stress to change into a wolf. Let's roll 1d6. I take the stress. So, wolf will give me advantage on tracking, and I will combine that with my gifted tracker, spending a hope to double my instinct die.
Is it nighttime still?
It is.
Okay, that I was operating on that information, but I needed to I need to make sure I was correct
Yeah, and it is
before I.
It is still night. It's like 11 or practically midnight.
All right,
Perfect.
that is a 26 with hope on tracking.
26 with hope. Sorry, I was putting up some ambience. "26 with hope," you said?
Yes.
To track. Okay, so you're trying to track where the assassin came from specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so are all of you following along?
Yes.
That is
I am.
yes. I think that's our plan.
Very well.
Oh, should we send some people to check out the marketplace though? Merchant district.
Not yet, because I don't think the warehouse. I don't believe that the trade barons are our current threat. I have not heard of anything. I mean, if y'all have heard something different, but according to what I remember, the trade barons seem to not be magically inclined from descriptions.
Well, are
The
there any supplies we need to pick up or like sell the daggers, or are we gonna wait till if we go that way?
I already stowed the daggers. How many? By the way, another point of reference. How many daggers did I stow?
We're gonna roll, because this guy was just like a dagger maniac. Let's say you have. We're gonna add 6 to that, so that's 13 daggers.
There's also at least one of them still stuck in Jeremy's roof.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm just give me a minute.
I fly up and go and grab the dagger.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, you fly?
Yeah.
Then go ahead
I'm a
and spend
mark.
your
I think
stress.
it's a stress I mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mark 1 stress to go into flight, but you don't have to end it. If you want to stay in flight, you can.
Yeah, I'll stay. How long do I stay in flight? Like, what is it?
Forever, until you land and end your flight.
How
Oh.
much
Or if
weight
I
can
force
you
something
carry?
upon you, like an unfortunate
Okay.
obstacle.
I was about to say. All right. Yeah. No, I'll stay flying. I mean, we're about to travel anyways.
Yeah, and you're 10
So.
inches tall, so it's not like, you have a hard time getting out of a
Yeah,
house.
it's not like walking's gonna get me very far.
Sorry,
Okay.
someone else was saying something after?
Oh, just how much weight can a 10-inch tall turtle fairy thing carry?
Realistically, not a lot, but mechanically, for the sake of the game, there's not too much on the weight capacity.
Okay.
I just keep in mind, like, if I describe a large chest, the fairy will probably not be able to pick that up, right? Not without a hefty strength check.
Lofki, what is your strength modifier?
-1.
That's what I figured. Okay.
Actually, it's +2.
Good news. I have all 14 daggers.
Bad Loki.
My
the,
dagger just disappears.
Oh. Players dropping like flies.
I said my
Alrighty.
dagger disappears, not Quilbert.
Sorry.
Okay, so
I just pulled him into the shadows real quick.
I'm going to go ahead and fling what's his face. I don't even know his name. We never even asked the assassin's name. Whatever. I'm gonna fling the assassin's unconscious body over my shoulder and follow the wolf.
All right. 24 is pretty dang good. 24 is pretty dang good.
I would like
26
to.
is pretty dang good.
I would like to go on rooftop patrol, and at least be away from some of these tickle fucks.
Okay.
Plausible deniability, you know.
So, are you trying to move through the area stealthily?
Yes.
Not trying to draw attention?
Yeah.
All right.
So is everyone going with the wolf?
Yeah.
I assume so.
Okay.
Somebody either tell Jeremy where to hide or bring him along. I don't want to leave Jeremy unguarded
Jeremy,
in the wind.
have anywhere else you can stay? This house is pretty compromised.
Go stay at the bar inn.
I'll figure out something.
Just blood splattered all over
You
the
could come with us if you
walls.
want.
We're going to a person who just recently wanted him
Yeah,
dead.
I don't know about bringing Jeremy. Yeah.
Safety in numbers.
Hey, we were told you wanted this guy for some reason. Yeah, we stopped the guy you wanted to kill him, but we brought him for you.
I mean, we gotta tie up loose ends.
I maybe know a place. I'll hide there.
Okay. Jeremy, where are you going? Tell me. I will tell your people searching for you, but we need to know, so we can check in on you and make sure you're okay.
I'm okay. I'll be fine.
Okay,
We
Jeremy.
could have, until it's needed later, we could have Echo make a link so that he could call out for help if he needs it.
That's true. For now, that would be very smart.
Echo makes a link, says something that you don't hear. You just hear, ah!
We
So,
just hear, why is this Jeopardy music?
Echo just says,
It's canon now. Anytime Echo holds a connection with someone and is not saying anything, there's just Jeopardy music playing in the background.
That is what Echo's like. If Echo's not thinking about a hyperfixation, it's just constant Jeopardy music.
Do do do.
All right. So you're all trying to go through stealthily. For Kroll,
Yes.
that will be no issue.
Yes.
Give me an agility roll to get on top of the rooftops, though.
Agility.
Oh, could I also do roofs again, or
Yes.
am I allowed roll?
Yeah, you
No, kick.
You can do it again. However, allowing the strength part, I was reading up and I was like, it makes more. It was supposed to be agility, I think, mostly, because that's what that's for. So yeah, you can make an agility check.
Oh my god, all these fear rolls.
18 fear.
You're a very scared man.
Kroll, you do get on to the rooftops.
Am I stressed, or is that just a fear for you?
Nope, that's just a fear.
I'm single-handedly supplying this man with fear.
Oh, I got fear as well. And a 12.
Oh.
Are we all making stealth checks?
That wasn't stealth check. God, that's not a stealth check.
Kroll and Quilbert are going top of the rooftops. If I'm just figuring out who's following the wolf. Raycor is with the assassin slung over his shoulder.
Echo probably would be too.
Yeah, Echo is not confident in her ability to climb up to the rooftops, and has no spell abilities that can transform her into something else. So, that means Billy's the wolf, Ricor's there with the assassin, Echo's there, and does that mean? Oh, that's right. Love Key is flying, in flight.
Yes,
So you
I'm
can
flying.
Kind of...
I'm in tow behind the wolf. The wolf kind.
Sounds good. I would like those who are near the wolf to give me stealth checks if you're trying to avoid the sight of, guards. Or at least trying to pass that there's nothing suspicious.
19 with fear.
And this is going to be a group thing.
14 with fear.
I want to roll for Echo.
So your individual results with fear do not give me fear or give you stress necessarily, but they will tie into an overall result if you roll fear or hope.
So this would be finesse then?
Here's
Yes,
Echo.
this would be a finesse roll.
Oh, this is finesse? Oh, I rolled agility. So mine's a 15 then, because I have a +1 finesse. Yeah.
Ah, I got a crit.
Nice.
All right. So 19 fear.
I'll remove that one stress I have.
14 with fear.
15 with fear, because of the +1. I just
15 with fear.
Yeah, because I thought it was agility at first.
Another 15 with fear.
No, yeah.
It's just a bunch of people walking around following something. No one can tell though.
But a natural.
We're all there.
22 crit. So Billy, you get a hope, and you can mark, and you can reduce your stress by 1.
Full on hope, and there goes my last stress I had.
All right.
Billy,
I'm a
the
very
team attack
stealthy
legend's coming
wolf.
up again.
Due to the nature of the fear. Okay. Let's roll something here just to help my DM brain decide. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna spend some fear.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
No.
And I thought we were all pretty dang stealthy.
The wolf is. The wolf moves. Billy, you catch the scent and it's a little bit stronger, but you feel like it's getting away from you because the wind is blowing. So you're trying to stay close. So you move a little quicker to make sure you catch the trail.
You're starting to. You're starting to tip.
Yes.
I'm sorry, to what?
You were starting to break up.
Gotcha.
Brian, he gets really into a description.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just when things get interesting.
All right, so, Billy, the scent is moving away from you. It's difficult because there's like this constant, like there's a little bit of wind happening, so it's blowing the scent away, and you have to like focus to retrack it. And so you speed yourself up to catch the stronger like wind of where he moved. So because you move faster, you cut around a corner, and the rest of you try to follow him as quick as possible. When out of a little alleyway are about 4 guards that pop out, and they end up right in front of you, and you're like, whoa! All of you are halted.
Is Roof getting halted?
No, those of you on
just
the
hear,
roof.
you just hear, call it.
I don't know what I could do other than a 19. Like, I'm not stealthy, but that was a stealthy roll.
It was
a group thing.
It was a group thing, and plus it was, and also those affected are the ones who rolled with fear, which all of you but Billy did.
Well, we're all, me and Quilbert are on the rooftop, so we're fine, right?
Yeah. Roof gang's all good.
Okay.
So the 3 of you, one of you in flight, 10 inches tall. Raycor with the assassin slung over his shoulder, and Echo there. All right.
Muscle past, muscle past.
The guards halted, like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, didn't mean to jump into you there. You see you holding the guy. Rough night?
Yes, my friend here, he got a little too drunk and had a run-in with one of the bouncers at the bar. We're carrying him home.
Give me a presence roll to deceive.
Nah, screw this.
Mm.
No. Alright.
Come on, I got the fidelity to work. You can do anything.
Well, y'all could all assist. This
I
would be
can't.
the time.
I can't. I'm not there.
I'm
Yeah,
good at it.
we're still
Well,
following
if
the
you
wolf,
need it.
aren't we?
Echo will
Roll.
assist.
Kroll's having some popcorn on the roof.
Oh, but then again,
Of course.
would Echo know what to say?
I believe all of us were stopped, so anybody here, including Lofki with silver tongue,
So
or
it's
anyone.
So it's only Echo doesn't know what to say. She's not going to say anything.
Okay.
So it's up to Lofki to help you out.
Okay. I will. Yeah, I can assist.
Did they stop the
Fantastic.
wolf, or is the wolf still running?
No, it's kind of like the wolf began to pick up pace and went past the alleyway. The guards didn't even see the wolf, but they cut right in front
Gotcha.
of the three of you who were trying to catch up. So it's like the guards, they basically intercepted.
Mhm.
So are we? I'm gonna keep doing the wolf, following.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
smart.
same.
Okay.
All right, rooftop are still following. Billy.
Yep. Billy, go! Mush!
16 with hope, but some Lofki that assistance just in case, cause
What does Lofki do to assist?
Well, I roll a 1 is what I do to assist.
Not very much, apparently.
I'm interjecting like a few words and just kind of nodding my head. I had a little something I was gonna say, but with a 1, I think I'm just nodding my head.
He looks like he
fantastic.
He looks like he narrows his eyes, like he's calling your bluff. But then they widen. Well, all right. We'll have a safe trip back home, will you? Should be out this late normally anyway, but stay safe, you all.
agree.
The four guards
Not-
start laughing. yeah, and walking
I
on
think it
by.
wasn't the same guards. That would have been much worse.
Oh, if it was one that recognized you, yeah. Actually, now that you said that,
I want to know what happened.
I'm gonna roll for it.
Why do I
Oh my
open my
God.
mouth?
Why do
at
you
all?
say things?
It is not.
Please.
It is not the same guard.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine they're walking away laughing. They turn around. Wait a minute. Just following through.
No, it's too late. They left. They're gone.
And now you gotta do the Zoidberg thing out of there.
What happened earlier with the guards? Like I asked Raycor.
I'll tell you
Comrade.
after.
Yeah, we'll tell you about it later. We gotta catch up with the wolf. We didn't lose too much time, but we
Alright.
gotta get going.
If you're sprinting at full speed through neighborhoods, sometimes guards might think something suspicious is going on.
Yeah, so let's take our stepping. Let's go.
All right, you're able to continue on your way, but it did slow you down. Do either of you three know how to find a wolf?
Lofki, you're flying. You want to get a bird's eye view?
Yeah, sure. I fly up and see if I can spot Billy.
All right, could be an instinct roll.
All right, hold on. I think it's a 0. Yeah, my instinct is +0.
Please, a negative.
Oh, hold on. I typed it in wrong. 17 with fear.
17 with fear. You do see not Billy a little bit in the distance, but you see a little bit of Kroll and Quilbert. Actually, you don't see Kroll. You see Quilbert running in the rooftops.
There we
Okay.
go.
Good thing I went this way.
I fly back down, and I'm like, Raikor, I believe Guilbert has eyes on Wolf. He is flying this way, and I point to the direction he was facing
Yeah, you
or
kind of point
traveling.
like a
And,
northwestern direction.
Okay.
okay, I point northwest, and we head off that direction.
You just saw a spiky silhouette. And here's
I'm
dun,
very
dun,
familiar
dun,
with spikes.
dun, dun.
I think now I just like anytime I see any spikes at all, I'm like, I know if it's Quilbert or not because of the freaking tackle you gave me. It left some deep cuts.
fading Sonic music plays.
Billy, you get to kind of like a little canal / ravine that moves through this city, and there is a stone bridge that goes across it to probably other sections of the city. You realize the scent is wavering, and you feel like there are at least 2 sets of eyes of your friends upon you. You can wait for the others, but there's a big risk of losing the scent. Or you can continue following and hope the others can find you.
Let's even. I'll wait. Oh, I don't going.
So you're gonna wait?
Yeah, we'll wait.
Okay. Kroll and Quilbert, you see Billy begins to slow and then wait on this side of this bridge. You both can see the bridge. You now see, though, you're going to have to cross the bridge before you get to another set of rooftops that you can go across. I will say, with your vantage point, you can see there are about 3-4 guards, kind of like a halfway point on the bridge. 2 of them carrying torches. The bridge does feel relatively open. However, it has like railings on the side, so if someone wanted to try to climb, there'd be a roll with it on the edges of the bridge. But
could I pull a I guess like an Assassin's Creed thing and shimmy around the off, like hang off the edge of the bridge and do a shimmy across it?
yeah, and this would be an agility roll for that.
What district is the bridge heading into?
It would probably be, they said, like the merchant district, or possibly the merchant district is what's on the opposite side of this bridge.
So we need an excuse to be going into the merchant district if we have to get by guards without,
Yeah.
Well, I'm hiding, so.
What is the bridge over, even though I'm not there? I'm just curious.
So it's like this really wide, like ravine / canal.
Okay.
It's really wide. Calling it a canal is not quite the right word. It's a very wide Venice canal.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, you know what?
It has water.
And you can see you look to the right and way down the way there's maybe another bridge, but that's a bit of a distance. So it's probably multiple bridge crossings, and then to the left you can see it kind of empties out into the ocean.
How fast is the water? Like, is it just calm water, or is it?
It's a relatively decent current. You would need to make a roll if you want to know the exacts.
I'm just gonna go with my sidle.
Gonna climb on the side, Assassin's Creed style?
Yeah.
This will be an agility roll. However, you can use your ninja training for this.
I don't have any hope, so
Gotcha.
I have no hope. Although I could.
I don't know if I can do this, but I shout really loud inspirational words and have him gain hope.
Don't.
Unfortunately, too far out for that.
Actually, I'm just gonna use. I'm gonna mark a stress. Gonna use a Nightwalker ability and teleport to the other side of the.
How far can you use that?
far
Far.
range.
300 feet.
It's a little bit far. Oh, up to 300 feet. Oh, then yeah, you can bypass that.
Pretty sure.
It's like 150 foot long of a bridge. So yeah, you can indeed look and see a shadow.
I think it's 100 feet.
Oh no,
Far
yeah.
is 100 feet.
Oh,
Yeah,
very
very
far
far
is
is 300.
beyond that. Oh, then it is a little bit farther than that.
Just go to the other side of the guards.
I'll just.
I have an idea, but I don't know if Quilbert would have it.
By the way, the guards are not standing still. They are kind of moving around, but they are somewhat more towards the center.
Yeah.
And they have torches.
Just gonna do the Assassin's Creed style.
So it's.
In the meantime, Lofki, fly up and like guide by flying above in the direction we need to be going, keeping an eye out for who we need to be watching. I'm gonna start sprinting and leading the way, and look out for guards so we don't run around a corner into any more.
Am I still looking for Billy? Or are we
Yes,
caught up to him?
and guards. Yes, we're not
Okay,
caught up to
okay.
them, but
Okay,
we need to pick up our pace.
All right, so I fly up and with at the same pace of Raycor. And while I'm flying, I stay on the lookout for guards and Billy.
All right. I will say there's no roll needed. You are. You kind of use Quilbert as kind of that point of what to follow. Because,
All right.
Kroll is sneaky, so you can't see Kroll at all.
Hold on, my phone's
Oh,
about to-
tiny.
It might die. Hold on, I might be off for a few seconds.
Okay.
I thought.
Well, long story short, he will get to him eventually, and he does not see any guards, or at least any that are of approaching.
Okay.
Because Billy said he wanted to wait, you will eventually get to him. And Quilbert, you will need to climb down. No roll needed. Unless you want to stay up there for vantage to watch.
I wonder if we could do like a... I'm thinking how to get past the guards without doing anything sneaky. The reason I can think to go into the district at night is if you're walking your dog and it happens to just run off somewhere in the city you shouldn't be going, but you have to catch your dog. So you'll like run off holding a leash like, Billy, no, come back.
Okay.
That's
I
my
love
plan. I want to run it by Billy. Billy, I have this idea.
Billy's a wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Big dog. Billy, I have an idea. So, they're the guards, and we need to get past them. So we need an excuse. So, naturally, the first thing that came to my mind is if you're walking your dog at night and a dog ran away, you'd have to chase it, even if we're going somewhere we shouldn't have to go. I'm not going to put the leash on you, but I'm going to pretend you're my dog. Is that cool with you?
Sort of low growls at you, but doesn't seem to.
Please?
Doesn't bear fangs.
He chuffs.
As if he doesn't like the idea, but he's not going against it.
Okay. Okay, good plan. Okay, I'm just going to do it.
By the way, for Operation Assassin's Creed, Curl got an 11 with Hope.
Okay. You do have the rally.
That's
Oh,
true.
I do.
Yeah, because I believe you've not used that yet.
Hey.
Oh.
That's a clutch rally.
That is a clutch rally.
Going back.
It really wouldn't have mattered. I can
Hello.
breathe underwater. I can swim just fine.
How far down is the fall, though?
Probably like 15 feet before it hits the water surface.
Okay. That's fine. If it's
It's
moving
about a
water,
swan dive. Good swan dive.
Yeah, I don't think actually landing in the water is a bad thing. It's whether the current is strong or not, and it pushes you out into the
Yeah.
ocean, and it's like, do you have to get back to the pier?
Or if there's any large fish.
Yeah, that's
That I
probably
have
the
to worry
biggest-
about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to pull up Discord on my computer. My phone. Okay, so it didn't die. I accidentally hit the button to update device, and so now it's restarted.
Yeah, okay.
It's updating
That,
currently. So now I'm just on Discord on my PC.
all right.
That's what I
Okay.
thought you were on, Seth. So that's
No,
why I was like, oh,
I did
you're
it on my
your
phone just so I
Oh.
didn't have to switch to, just so I didn't have to switch to a new tab.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you can pop out the voice call on the side. That's what I'm doing.
Oh yeah. I have that. Like, I'm not in Discord on the webpage. I just didn't feel like opening it up because I would. Like,
Oh,
I had
right.
to sign in and all that, and I have it signed in on my phone, so I was just like, it's quicker to start out that way.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay.
Will say, Kroll, a 17 is enough. If you want to stay Assassin's Creed style moving along the bridge past the guards.
Well,
Yeah.
should be.
You're hearing past.
It's probably going to take me a
conversations.
while. I'm just going to.
Because I thought it's funny, in case you were to fall in the water, you do hear some be like, man, imagine falling into that and letting the big blue eat you. Yeah, I know what you mean. Do you know why they still keep that thing around? Well, keeps dangerous other critters from it, so wizard's pet is very much needed. Works for the council and all
Looks down at water. Shakes head. Keeps going.
that.
Okay. Have they caught up yet?
Yes. You're caught up, and basically Quilbert is talking with Billy. Billy cannot talk back, he's a wolf. About using Billy as like a runaway dog. Like there's a leash, and then Billy will like run off like he is a runaway dog. And Quilbert wanted to use the excuse of I need to get my dog.
Hey, come on. We're gonna lose it. We gotta go.
All right. What about the rest of you? What about Raycor and Lovekey? Lovekey, you of course have flight, so there's an easy way for you to bypass the bridge itself.
Let me think long and hard about it. It's on the tip of my tongue what to do. Yeah, I'm just fly over the bridge.
I don't want to hear it, Seth.
The
I have
real
found a
problem-
conundrum in front of me.
I want to
The problem is,
I
why are you
fly over
carrying
the
your
bridge
friend
and
home
I want to
with
sit
claws?
and wait.
That's
Like,
why
perch
I.
and wait and just stare at him.
Okay.
I pull out an hourglass and start looking at the time fall.
Okay. Regardless, I'm not gonna follow Billy and the other at the same time because that's just gonna be too much to try and pass off. I'm gonna figure out a way across, but that
Echo is
just
gonna
isn't
say,
gonna work.
I think I should go with Billy, unless you think
Yeah.
there's another way I can help you get across.
Well, okay. As a point, what does I don't want to like go into using all her abilities, but just hope and fear are pretty fluid. I might. There might be a way she could get us across. I don't know what. I don't know off the top of my head. I know she has book of. 1 second.
Let me actually see.
Just throw the assassin in the water. You'll be fine.
No, there's something there. I don't know that though, but I also don't want to swim.
Yes.
Book of Iliad and Book of
Could you use
Typhar, neither of which.
You could use the mage hand like a double jump. If it's but I don't know if you can jump 50 feet with each jump though.
150 feet?
Oh, I have an idea.
Oh
Andre,
no.
What?
I have power push, which moves you back from melee range to far range.
Oh,
That doesn't quite work.
You gotta throw
How
your
far
ass.
does it go?
it's a
How
Fusro
far does it
Da.
throw someone?
It's a
It's
Fusro
a-
Da.
You got a running jump.
Okay, no. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
Kroll is just watching all of his friends being animated at the riverfront. or at the side of the bridge.
Yeah.
What are they
Okay.
doing?
Wait. That okay? What are jumping rules in this
Yeah,
game?
that's what I was gonna ask.
So, okay. I don't know if they have the exact formula for how far a long jump or a high jump kind of situation is. So I'd say, like, if you're trying to get in combat, how far does it have to be before you make an agility roll without there being environmental issues?
I think you can move anywhere within close range.
Yeah,
Within close range. Okay, so one range increment, essentially. In a sense.
Sorry?
So it's like one range increment, in a sense. Every time.
I'm confused now.
I'm talking about, like, if you were gonna move, like, 30 feet, right? Without an agility roll needed. That's an example. Then if you push yourself with a running jump.
Gotcha.
To move possibly up to 60, 70 or so feet, right?
Okay.
And then what is a... Now, here's the issue, though. He could not jump, and then you do that. You would have to be in melee to use that.
But he can fly.
But
so he could be in melee range in the air.
Run and jump to him, and in the air he could melee me across. You're about to pull off some crazy.
I will say, you will definitely take damage.
That's fine.
I'll
take.
So am I doing power push in the air, or am I just doing something?
You're
else?
power pushing.
You're power pushing. This is insane, but I'm here for it.
This is a very weird way to do it, but I'm all for it. Let's do it.
The math checks out.
Weird? There's not a better way.
Yeah.
Do keep in mind, if you do that, you're also going to deal damage to the assassin.
That's fine.
Unless Raycor makes a good enough roll to take it on landing.
I just want to point out, Andre,
what?
That you better have low evasion.
I do have low evasion. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. So don't speak things like that into existence.
When I get you across, you need to pick a very soft landing.
I have an evasion of 5.
He can pick all kinds of soft landings, tons of buildings sometimes inside. Those are soft enough,
I don't remember. I think I have used my duality, my extra dice, my rally die. I think I have.
Yeah, I think you did use it.
Okay, yeah. So I don't have.
I haven't used mine.
Yeah, if you want to use that on the agility check. So you make.
What's your agility?
I have a +1.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
I'd say something like this.
You want to know the funniest part is
This is a go for the head situation. Right
yes.
This is a go for the head situation.
It sounds like
impulsive, like final decision.
Question: is this a I am the cooter you crave one too? Technically, I mean, is it?
It is the one thing that could get him across.
You're the only person that can help me.
Yeah, you know what? I'd say that. Also, I will say if someone has 3 hope, this technically can be a tag team for a different result. So that
I just want to point out we've already gotten on.
So if you want to have just one person spend 3 hope, you both can roll and take the higher of the 2. However, again, if you fail, we'll see who fails.
How much hope do you have, Lovekey?
I have 2.
Okay, I will use the 3 to do a team whatever, I can't remember what it's called.
Tag team.
Yeah, tag team.
All right.
So basically, of us 2, whoever rolls higher, it works.
Yes.
Yeah, you both take the result.
Do we have to roll twice? Because I have to roll to hit.
So roll to hit.
You're rolling to hit, and he's rolling an agility check. So you're rolling to hit, so you would be making a spellcast roll, which is presence.
Yes.
So you'll make.
Raycor, your 3rd crit for the session hasn't come out yet.
That's true.
This
Last time it was 3 in a row.
This is your 3rd crit in a
row.
row.
Roll your agility before I can hit. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I'll be AFK.
We can do the lost dog routine. first.
Let's do the lost dog routine right before this crazy thing happens. All right. So how are you doing this? Are you waiting until you're a certain distance from the guards? And Billy, you're going to try to run past?
I'm just gonna take off from the bridge.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just gonna start running behind,
All right.
not quite
Echo's
keeping
gonna,
up.
Echo's gonna try to run behind, and Echo's gonna say, "I am your Clank Butler creation. I'm your assistant."
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna pull the
Billy,
C-3PO
come
act.
back! No, guards, my dog! I say right as the wolf runs past, so they can't actually stop him in time.
Okay.
Wait, no, my dog, my dog! I'm just gonna hope I can run through and they'll let me through. Also, I'm spiny. They don't want me to run into them.
That's what I'm gonna see if there's a roll needed at all. Who goes there? And all of a sudden a wolf. Oh God! As this wolf runs by. What the hell was that? Wolf, my dog! And they're
Billy,
hearing
no!
they're hearing you yell
My
out.
dog!
Look,
My dog!
is that a
No,
wolf?
come back here, Billy!
Hold! You, hold! Are you gonna hold or no?
She's like, wait, no, I need to catch my dog. He runs off so often.
Give a quick presence check.
Ooh, I'm gonna use my rally die for this. I do not want to get stopped here.
Okay.
We are so good at this.
And this whole
I'll
time,
allow you
it's
to have
just
advantage as
Pearl's
well,
just watching.
Echo's gonna say,
I
the,
just
the
hear.
master lost his dog. He's trying to catch him.
I can't hear. I can't see any of this. I'm just here. Billy, wait! Billy, no!
The entire bridge is like tromping with the guards running around and a dog, and now a clank too. No modifier, I assume. Ooh, I can use my +1 from Seaborn.
Yeah, what's your presence modifier?
My presence is -1, so.
Yep, so it's 2d12 -1, but you can add 1 from your if you spend a hope on your 12.
Okay.
With fear.
It's with fear, and I'm gonna do my rally die.
All right.
And is
Could Echo throw in
it gonna be a help from Echo?
help?
Echo is assisting you, yes. Because now she needs to get across as well, so.
Right.
15, so go ahead and roll. Actually, I'll roll it. The extra d6.
Oh.
15, 16. You run it by the guards. They're like, wait, was that a wolf? Their conversation immediately goes to, was that a wolf? They didn't stop you. They were there. They looked like they were about to, but they jumped out of the way because they didn't want a ravenous wolf attacking them. And then they looked like they're trying to stop you. You run past, and they're just kind of like, whatever. It's probably fine.
And we're just gonna keep running, I assume, and actually go our full speed to catch up with Billy.
All right. I imagine, Billy, you stop when you meet up with Kroll, who's found himself first on the opposite side of the bridge.
As long as I'm outside of the view of the guards at the bridge, yes.
Yeah. You'll be about like 80 feet out. 80 to 90 feet away from those guards, so easy enough. Torches aren't everywhere, it's at night. There's still no sign of Raycor and Lovekey.
We're all just over there being like, oh, yeah, I guess that went pretty well. Where's Raycor? And then hard cut to.
Okay.
He's still AFK, but if you want to take a second to
No, he just got back.
Oh.
Yeah, Lovekey should be back.
Oh, Rancor came back at least.
Yeah, Lovekey should be back any second. I'm gonna go ahead and roll my agility.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that.
And I wanted to see if my Orderborn could apply here, because this is a very
What's the
it,
order
it
book?
it it embodies one of the principles of the values instilled in me by my religion, which is valor and going above and beyond.
This is definitely going above and beyond in a literal
Yeah.
He
sense.
is going above and beyond.
Yeah.
So I get to roll a d20 as my hope die.
Okay. So 1d20 and 1d12.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And I still rolled with fear.
19 with fear.
Yep.
Have you used your?
I haven't used my rally die.
And you also have your go for the head, because this is a very.
Yeah, I
impulsive-
added that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, I
do you have the what's it called? What am I trying to say? Do you have the hope to do both the go for the head and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tag team? Okay.
yeah,
So that was 4 hope spent.
yeah. I'm down to 1 now. I had 5.
See, you're
Worth
finding
it.
ways to spend hope. I'm draining you guys.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the things we were talking about was a concern was like not enough ways to use hope. But I'm
Yeah.
sure giving you guys plenty of reasons.
Yeah.
We're
When you-
really playing on hope and a prayer here.
When you just decided to put a bridge and guards in, is this what you pictured happening?
All right.
No, I did not
Um,
picture. I mean, okay. I
So
the Billy type situation or Assassin's Creeding it was kind of what I was thinking, but this idea of launching someone across is not quite what I was thinking at all was gonna happen.
Okay.
I just imagine Kroll's like dun dun
Let's-
dun dun
let's
dun.
do it quick because I actually gotta go after that. I hate to have to leave, but we're going out of town tomorrow, and I gotta do a quick car wash.
Gotcha.
Oh,
so-
okay.
All right, so do
Yeah.
a.
So let's do this launch real fast.
Yeah, so
All right, we're gonna do
Did
2.
you
You
roll
already
your
rolled.
rally
All
die,
right.
Raycor?
yeah, rally die. Full 6. That's 25 with a fear.
All right, that's pretty good. Give me a spellcast roll.
+4. All right, I get a 2d12 +4 because I roll with fear, but it is a 20.
20, but then you have a 25, so you both get the 25. That is gonna do it.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. It's 20
You gotta roll damage
because
on
of the,
me, Seth.
plus the 4. Hold on, it's 20 with the 4.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yes,
that hits.
the 20 is with the 4.
Okay, just making sure.
So Raycor jumps.
D10.
And
D10.
rolls-
Okay, do I also add proficient or my presence bonus to damage or no?
No,
No.
you do not.
Okay.
It's mostly going to be
So-
like weapon rolls that will add their.
All right.
Yeah,
I do you 5 damage.
he's actually going to take more than that because based on how far you have to throw him, you pretty much have to throw in the max distance you can.
Yeah.
So he's going to take some environmental damage as well. But
It's okay.
Raycor, go ahead and make a roll for me. I need a. What is it? Is it strength or agility that's better for landing?
I'd say agility if you can tumble.
Okay.
But with
I
someone on
can't-
his
I
back,
can't
I
with
think
the
it's gotta be
person.
strength.
Yeah, I got a
Yeah.
brace.
So this is going to be a strength check.
That's fine. That's my specialty.
And I would like you, Love Key, to roll. What was it?
22 with hope.
It's going to be 2d10 plus 6.
All right.
Oh no.
I'm worried. 15. Ooh.
15. And you're going to take an additional 10 because you're covering for the assassin to not let him take the hit and possibly die. Okay. So 25 plus the 5. You took 30 points of damage as this Fusro Da blasts Raycor for distance. We just see like a sudden wave in the middle of the like night sky past some talking guards and bridge. You're like, yeah, well, that was weird. And then, man, that's the strangest thing I've seen today. As Raycor just flown across.
All right.
So I'm
I do
gonna
have one request now.
Go
So
ahead.
I gotta go, but can I ask that immediately after doing this, instead of at all caring the state Raycor's in, my eyes get drawn by some random lady that's just walking around, and because I'm like drawn to them or whatever, I'm like, oh, like ooh shiny, right?
Yeah,
and
sure.
so then I fly off, and then I fly off, and that's my exit.
You'll meet with
That's
them later.
great.
Right now, this dame needs to be escorted home safely.
And okay, and with that, friends, I hate to end it early, but I got to do this thing.
There are
Thank
wolves
you
Yeah,
to
running
it's
Stumble
around
for
there.
coming and adding a lot to this session.
Yes, they
All right. I will see y'all. Y'all have fun without me. Continue, and if y'all can deal more damage to Raycor, that would be awesome.
Oh
It's
no!
fine.
Oh no! Operation
I-
Kill Cameo has failed.
Raycor,
Yeah, it turned into Operation Kill Raycor.
30 points of damage as you collide into like what appears to be like a little shack that's made for like having like stall supplies, but no one's there.
Mhm.
Crash into the wall. You've got a bunch of these sharp wooden bits jabbed at your back.
On the bright side, this is what my scales are for. I'm gonna mark 3 armor slots and take 1 HP damage.
Okay. Yeah, and indeed, your scale is protected from most of that. And the assassin
Oh,
you were
damn.
holding, unharmed.
Hell yeah!
I mean, aside from the harm you all dealt him already.
Yeah, beat up on his face quite a bit.
No new harms.
Hit the wall.
He's still gonna be unconscious for the exact same amount of time despite traveling.
Yeah, he's still going to be unconscious for 8 to 9 hours. Only thing that'll stop it
He's
is someone has to force healing magic onto him. They can't slap him
he's
awake. They can't pour water
snoozing
on
like a
him.
baby.
Yeah.
That's fine. Unironically, I have healing magic to take him out of it.
Yeah, you do. And the rest of you see this happen. You guys see this little dust explosion on your side of the river.
So back to what it was, we all make it across, and Panda was like, "So hey, how's Raycor getting across?" And then just boom.
Oh God.
Well, I just imagine Kroll getting up on the other side, finally seeing Quilbert and Billy run close to him, kind of gives them a wave. All of a sudden, he hears behind him. Looks behind, ducks. Holy crap! I didn't know he could fly.
You see there, Raycor, not too bad. Obviously has a wooden bit sticking out of his back, but only 1 point of damage worth. I mean, 1 hit point. And the guy's still alive.
He's just stuck in a squat position for like a minute. He's just processing the shock of the impact.
There you are. All of you are across. Minus Lovekey.
I don't know where Lofsky went.
He didn't make it.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I mean, there's a little bit of wood splinters, but other than that, I'm fine. Loki seemed to be fine too. I just saw him fly off. I don't know where he went.
fly off.
Rancor just straight up
game.
Spartan armored it.
Oh yeah, that's my bare bones. I actually am not wearing any armor.
He just locked up and just
Armor
landed.
lock. Yeah. You all are now on the opposite side of the river. And
All
what
right,
you
well.
assume is possibly the southern edge of the merchant district.
So now we're gonna keep following the scent
I'll
next.
try to pick up the sin again if I lost.
Yeah, you can give me an instinct roll. See if you can
All
pick up
right.
the scent.
Using the tracker again. Spending a hope to double my instinct. That's a 16 with hope. Oh, I have to add the d6 for advantage because I'm in wolf form.
All right.
So 21.
Damn, I was hoping you rolled low. You two barely pick up the scent again.
Okay.
And if you want to keep on it, you have to move immediately.
I take off immediately.
All right.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Running again.
Oh, yay. More running.
As you begin to go, there are a couple people that are just, out on the streets walking at night through the merchant district. They see you as you pass by. You don't really catch good glimpses of their expressions or their faces necessarily. But as you're following this wolf that's going through the town, sometimes there's a person that is walking in the road and then immediately dives into the side of the building as a wolf runs by them, and then sees the rest of you in pursuit.
Alright, so we're a sea urchin, a dragonkin, a clank, and a frog running after a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's the scene
Okay.
they're
To
seeing.
be fair, probably nobody notices the frog.
Yeah.
Cinematically, the camera sees the frog, but nobody sees the frog.
Backpacking on to one of the runners so no one notices. Alright.
Also, he's carrying a half elf. I forgot about that part. Yeah.
Yeah, they see an unconscious person. Maybe there's a person that assumes, is there a kidnapping happening? I don't know. Who were those people?
What's happening?
Oh, just random civilians that might have been walking out at night.
Oh, okay.
You see this group of no one who is normal in the area, and then the one person who is normal in the area is unconscious, being carried around by the dragonborn.
The freaks come out at night.
It is a monster bash.
So, is there any luck with the trail that we're following?
Yeah, we're running after Billy now. Billy's running
Gotcha.
after the scent.
You pass by a number of these larger. A lot of the structures here are a bit more two-story sized. As you're moving through there, you can see there are empty stalls that look like they get filled up when the morning arrives, and shop owners get ready to sell their wares. There are a number of different structures. You can see one that's called the Honey Barb. You see one that is Glint's Ironworks, and that's the way it sounds to me when I say it. You're seeing a number of these.
The sign sounds like Glint's Ironwork.
Yeah, if there was ever a sign that you read and you know how it sounds, that's how it sounds.
This sign has a dwarvish accent.
Or really heavy Scotsman of some sort. You're moving through and you're seeing a number of these different businesses and establishments. You see Elra's Apothecary, and you get towards an area there's a northern, because the city itself has a northern pier and a southern pier. So two different halves of like the harbor itself. You're approaching the northern side, and near the pier on the northern side of the merchant district, the scent you're tracking is leading to, you believe, the warehouse.
You're cutting out a little bit again.
The scent you were following is leading to the warehouse.
I say someone should have just gone to the warehouse from the beginning.
No, we still would have had to come the same way. And in a rush. And with an unconscious person. On the bright side, we're here. And my assumption would be whoever was telepathically linked is probably not far away.
I'm going to give you... I'm going to put some tokens down real quick. Because I have a sort of battle map. Not saying there will be battle, but just in case, you know. I have one set up. Billy, Kroll, Quilbert, and Love Key showing back up if he does. I've got a perfect excuse, right? How he gets back to you. I will say I'm actually about to end the session, but I will allow you guys to see what you can see on the battle map.
Sweet.
Do it.
Yeah, some of us are well aware that some combat scenarios don't end up resulting in any bloodshed.
Hey, can we all get like a free hope for, skill challenge successful, get across the river?
I want 2 for flying across. I don't have wings.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys a good job. There you go. You got GM praise. That should be more valuable than the
Best
hope
reward
resource.
anyone can get.
Hope comes and goes. GM praise, not so much.
All right. Almost ready here. Let me just...
The most valuable resource that any of us can hope to gain is GM patience.
Now, what is the rule that if it's like double your severe threshold for damage, you take an extra point of damage?
So basically, yeah, if it's double your severe, you'll take an extra point of damage. But funny enough, I was talking with your brother, and I was saying if you take like, I'm gonna come up with the idea that if you're gonna take 100 points of damage, right? Your severe threshold is like 15.
Mm-hmm.
But the only way you're gonna take that much damage is if you fall from like a serious cliff, or it's something I've specifically told you is gonna kill you, right?
Yeah.
Something that makes sense, right? You fall from a 300-foot cliff. I can't say, oh, you took 4 points of damage upon landing. Unless there's something you do to prevent that, right?
Yeah.
I can't say you do that, because otherwise it'd be like, no, that's... Unless you have something to help you there, you're gonna die on impact.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it make sense for numbers-wise?
Hold on, I'm about to do the math.
It's like severe, and then every severe multiplication on top of that is another extra point of damage, since you have so little HP in this game.
Oh, that's weird. The character sheet doesn't factor in for it, but I think it is in the rules. But the character sheet does not math that. I put in 100 points of damage, and it says mark 3 HP.
Yeah, it's not quite marked, but it's something. Right, it's mostly towards the narrative, right?
Oh yeah,
it makes sense. The only time you're going to take that much damage, I don't think I'm going to have a bad guy like an enemy do that much damage. That's too much.
20 d20s.
Yeah, it's like, all right, let's see, 60 20s damage coming your way.
If my armor is pristine, I can negate 54 damage total.
So if I throw, let's say 120 damage, you're falling from a big cliff, right? I'll
Yeah.
say if you're able to prevent 54 damage, and let's say, for every, what's your major threshold at? I mean, your severe.
16.
Severe, 16. Okay. How many hit points do you have?
I have 6 total.
Okay, so 32, 48.
It's close.
No, yeah, we'll go for the 100 hit points idea again. Like,
Yeah.
let's say 105 hit damage coming your way. If you fell from that cliff that I was saying 100 points of damage is going to occur, you use all your armor slots, that's literally you barely Spartan armor locking and barely saving yourself from death.
That's fun.
I think, that probably sounds correct, right? You could survive a big cliff if you have the resources to do so.
Unlikely, because I usually walk around with 1 armor slot full or 1 HP gone.
Yeah, you'd probably still be killed.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a question about the Vengeance subclass.
Yes.
It says when you are hit by an enemy in melee range and mark at least 1 armor slot to reduce the damage. Oh, never mind. I read it again.
So you got it?
Yeah, I deal damage back if I use armor at all. Instead of I have to expend an extra 1 to do the damage back.
Cool.
Oh, there's one little bit that's supposed to be covered, but that's okay. Nothing important being seen.
Yep, time to start measuring.
Oh, there's a lot if you zoom out.
Yep. That's basically approach. You see a set of double doors here.
Okay.
And that's essentially where we're going to leave the session off. It's a large warehouse building, rather wide.
Whoop, whoop.
It looks like it's 2 stories high there, but there are no windows that are quite like there are small, tiny windows that have like iron bars to them, and they also have like on the inside like a wooden like what's those called to cover a window?
Shutters?
Yeah,
shutters. They're like wooden shutters. Beyond those bars, probably because it's nighttime. But I'll give you one detail. There's a bit of low light coming from barely under these set of double doors.
Ooh. I don't think they're closed.
I
Okay,
still
so
don't know how this is gonna pan out, but I'm ready for it regardless. We just jumped a 150-foot freaking canal. So we pretty much got everything, right? This should be a cakewalk.
You had a fight with an assassin. One.
Ended it in like 2-ish rounds.
Yeah, I didn't plan for it to be hard, but it was definitely like if no one saw him and only 2 people were in there and no one else knew, it was going to be like, okay, this is
dog.
He would have
if our
done a bit
rolls
more damage.
Oh yeah, if our rolls went wrong with the abilities he had, we certainly could have been at risk of losing a party member if we played bad.
Kroll could have killed him.
How many times could he have done the big hit everyone attack? Was that like a once per long rest, or could he have pulled that out again?
It's as long as I had the fear.
Everyone's resources.
It's as long as I had the fear for it. And the action tracker stuff. So basically, I can turn 2 action tokens because I only need 1 to activate them into a fear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that could have gone very bad.
Yeah, and if it's 1-on-1, he would obviously be trying to bypass the armor to get those cutthroat hits. The knife attack, I'll just say, because you already subdued him, the ranged attack that I spent fear on to do against you, Kroll, that basically attempts to blind you as well as dealing damage. He was going for the eyes with the knife.
That would have, if Kroll was solo, or if Bill like didn't realize, because theoretically, if nobody had busted in the door and if noise hadn't started being made, Billy hadn't noticed the assassin, so assassin could have blinded Kroll and like thrown themselves on Kroll. And then Billy's like, "What the fuck is going on up there, Kroll?"
Well, he could.
Kroll was on, or Kroll was in the
fit.
scaffolding. He was, yeah, it was
Gotcha.
a tight space there.
Billy would obviously know stuff's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good sesh, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Now it's a meme now in my head, and I can't wait to have this uploaded to where there's a Fus Roda that happens to Raycor. And he's launched across a canal. Because,
Fus Roda!
you know, the wording and how ranges work, it makes sense.
Yep.
I said the bridge was like 150 feet long, so it's possible to launch someone with that.
Yep.
That's also another mode of transportation.
He jumps 50 feet. We smack him on the ass for another 100.
Wow!
Fly, my friend.
I still wonder if Mage Hand could be used that way. Maybe not for Raycor, but like
somebody with
definitely
high
for-
strength, because or at least a large enough hand. Because when I was reading about Mage Hand for I was helping my brother build his character. He was thinking about taking Mage Hand, and then we realized it is, and I quote, a direct representation. Is a direct magic representation of the caster's hand. And him being a 10-inch tall character,
It's a tiny hand.
Yeah.
it's a very tiny hand. And also it would have, I think it also even references it would have the same type, like, level of strength.
Yeah. I bet
Theoretically,
Echo
could
could,
you
like,
attack someone with
value
it if
control
you have
it.
a higher strength as like an unarmed attack?
Yeah.
So you can unarmed attack someone if you have a decent strength.
Theoretically, yeah, there's nothing in the rules. And in fact, Echo pretty much already did that with, not really, but like, she kind of like was leaning into that with her. I'm a slap him while Jeremy was running away and knock him on his butt.
Yeah.
Definitely completely viable. Even with